Hello and welcome back. The two dice droppings, Song of Ice and Fire, role playing game, Chronicles of House Weirlight. We are about to get into the shit. One thing we forgot is that Mariella has a new ability. When she touches people, she can read their heartbeats. So she touched Sylvie, her cousin, or nothing new wed. So we're going to see if Sylvie can beat uh Mariella's DC, which I believe is
16.
16. All right, my girl. Oh God, Sylvie, you're so buried. Oh, look at all these houses. There you are. Oh, no, Sylvie, there you are.
We'll see if she's
Alright,
a hidden roll or not.
What's your will? Okay, she could do this.
Will it? Well, regardless, it's my awareness is 16. My will is 16. She has to.
Yeah, no,
to beat one
she
of
has
them.
to beat. She has to beat a 16.
Yep.
So she has to roll and be a 16. I'm just saying she could do it.
Could.
It is possible because if you have 2 dice, it is not possible. So you just fail.
If you're average.
But she could do it. So let's see what happens. Sylvie Hart. Well, actually, sorry, I need to change that because she's not Sylvie Hart anymore. She's now Sylvie
Manning.
Beautiful. House. There we go. All right, here we go.
She saves.
Holy shit.
She beats it. So you touch Sylvie.
It's like a false sense of like maybe it's gone. Okay, maybe.
Well, here's unfortunately you're like maybe it's gone, but no, you feel Sylvie is kind of like you. She's on right now.
Okay.
There is a veil or a wall or something that is keeping her blood flow calm, perfect, precise, focused.
Oh, okay.
And you aren't getting anything. But unfortunately, Mariella, you are aware that your ability is still there.
Had a sense of false hope. Lovely.
But you don't get anything for Sylvie. And she's the first person to ever resist this ability.
Yep.
All right. So we transition. We see the guest infirmary. Lovely curtains, large padded beds. Essentially would be like sort of a parapet hallway, but because of the side it's on, no attackers are going to come from it. So it was made into this absolutely gorgeous guest infirmary. Often made for just like tummy aches and overly sick and a bit under the weather. But there are some serious injuries here. And luckily there are many maesters. We see in here Sir Nymora. And of course, Maester Thorsten. Maester Thorsten, are you? Tell me, are you just like properly sat up reading a book? Are you being a model patient?
Yes, I am being a model patient.
Trying to tell everyone like it's not hard.
Yeah. The only exception to that would be is he still is not resting like sleeping and all that as properly as he should because he's still researching because of events that are happening in the near future.
Clarissa brought you your books. Yeah, absolutely. So you're just your bed is just covered in books, essentially.
Yes, pretty much.
Excellent. And Nymora, how are you relaxing? Are you can move? So like, are you like up at a window? Are you still just sort of like in bed?
No, I am going back and forth between pacing and looking out the window and radiating aggravation.
So occasionally when you look out the window, you do see like several children kind of playing beneath the window. They're definitely playing like Blind Man's Bluff. One of the kids has like a scarlet thing over his eyes, and you see like several like attendee like ladies in waiting like off in the distance, just like letting the kids play, but absolutely watching them because these kids will eventually run empires.
Yeah, I'm definitely watching that for a little while, just kind of like just wistfully looking out the window. Like, I could be out there.
Yeah.
Thorsten, I could be out there. It's fine.
Walking, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You know she has to rest. But as you're looking out the window, you do just hear a voice of, "Do you like children?" And you would look, and leaning out the window next to you, you guys are essentially outside looking at each other, is Camilla Weirlight. But she's looking at the children.
Yeah. I'm just like, I blink slowly at her and just like, yes, I do very much.
I love children. Do you have any?
No, unfortunately not. And I I don't want to have a child that is just another bastard. There's not anything wrong with it, but
I would say not.
they're treated differently here.
You were a bastard, weren't you?
Yes.
You have that look about you, shoulders straightened, and your eyes went to a certain way the moment I started talking.
Yes. My father is Lord Santagar.
Simon? Your father
Many,
is Simon Santagar.
yes, many, many, many years ago, he met my mother in Old Town. I think this was before he was married. He may have been courting at the time. I don't know.
I've met Simon Santagar, Sir Simon.
Mm.
He's a decent man.
He is. He
As-
is the one who knighted me.
That must have been great.
And then yes, it was good. I know that I cannot be his daughter in truth because politics, but that was the greatest gift he could have given me, I think.
Nods. Well, all of my children are bastards, but they're with me always, except for when they don't want to be.
Yes, it's a child's prerogative, I think, especially when they reach a certain age.
Unfortunately, she just kind of like sighs out a window. Um,
That was the point where Lord Henrik and Lady Mariella no longer wanted to be seen anywhere with me either.
I the only one who's fine to be seen with me anymore is Crispin. All the rest, well, they're also well, they're not serious. Well, Ron's serious, but uh, like Ronan is quite serious actually. But I
They
do,
will.
I have like
They will.
they do stay with me often, and I see them often. I would take them all with me ever because I don't care that they're bastards. They're my children, and no one can take that away from me or them. And there is very much like and more the tone in her voice. I think you've heard it in Vivian's voice before, and you've definitely heard it in like women who have murdered men.
Uh-huh. I nod in like the respectful nod and just
Mm-hmm.
mm,
Like, but working to want for your child to have a better life. I think that's very good. So you want children.
yes, very much so. But it is
Nods. You want to keep your power.
I don't care about power for me. I want I what do I'm not smart. I'm not beautiful. I'm not very politically savvy. But I want to be able to give it, if I have a child, I want to be able to give them the chance that they could be any of those things.
She nods. She goes, I very much understand. I think I'm the opposite of you, Namora. I wanted my children to be free, not have the weight of responsibility or power on them, and they're happy. But Mariella and Henrik are also happy.
Grass is always greener.
Nods. I think so. You wanting that for your child is great, but when I say power, for a woman in Westeros, power is the ability to make a choice instead of being told what to do. That is power for us. And I think that's what I mean when I say that. You still want to do what you do and not have to be a doting wife. You don't want to change who you are because you don't want your child to be anyone else but who they are.
Yes.
I see that in you. I felt that in you. And she gives you a very we touched butt smile.
She winks.
Yeah.
like, there's there's a bit of red that comes across
Mhm.
my cheeks. I'm just like, I
You seem very submissive in your duties, but I know you are not that is not who you are. It's a thing you've trained yourself to be.
it-
Sometimes you've tricked yourself into thinking that, but true selves come out when clothes come off.
oh oh is that what also comes out? All right. I
Among other
see.
things.
Yes, it is why it has been. I've only started recently. I mean, thinking about marrying. I
Mhm.
didn't want to before because I mean, I don't find men particularly compelling. Um,
She nods. I understand that.
some are interesting, but
Few and far between.
yes, the
Sh-
exception.
She nods.
But I have to find someone who.
I've I've often just found beauty where I find it. And if that beauty has a cock or a cunny, it's no real mind to me. Though I
I
do take
wish.
more care with the cock, what with the bastards.
I wish that I could be. I could make myself be less discerning.
She shakes her head. She goes, "Want what you want. Choose who you want." But I understand that's difficult because not every choice is the right choice and la 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 la. Listen, there are people here who care for you, Naimora. I've seen it. I'm not as I've been drugged before. I've been able to keep my wits about me.
Mhm.
What about Sir Cedric? He doted on you quite intensely. He carried you in here. I think he washed your face, tied your hair back, I think comforted you. He seems to respect you a quite lot.
I, yes, I mean we've worked together for uh
Mhm.
9 years.
I remember Cedric. Remember, I used to live here. I will say, I teased him a lot.
Haha.
He was knight in training here under my father, and I did perhaps put a lot of mm, pressure on him, but he never broke. He never caved. He never slept with me.
Oh, I see.
Which
M-
is what I
more, f-
wanted
more
because,
fool him for spurning a beautiful woman, but
well, I had malicious intent. My father enjoyed him as a squire, so I wanted him to lose a squire, and he wouldn't keep a squire that fucked his daughter, so I kind of wanted him to get fired. Not because I had anything against him, but because I hated my father. I was a vile girl. But I was but I became that way due to treatment, so I have no real regrets. Oh, the milk of the poppy here is always so much stronger.
This
stop
Thorsten makes
drinking.
it.
Yeah.
Just drinking from a wine goblet laced with opioids. Perfect.
Listen, she parties.
I,
Like
I shake my head, and Cedric is a good man, an honorable man,
I like him a lot.
and
I think it's
yeah,
the hair. It's very
the red hair.
wildling. It's very
Mhm.
wildling. The steward has that as well.
The blush comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. It's,
She just
yeah,
stares at you. I mean, they are cousins.
I and Cedric, he is he has a house, he has
Yes, he does.
and the responsibilities,
He's landed too.
and he someday he will find a very very nice young woman who is going to be very pretty and demure and very rich and very he would not I would not ask him to stoop as low as me.
Naimora. She leans closer to you outside the window and is just like,
Please be careful.
"Oh, she's not," but like, she's absolutely not. But she seems completely
Uh-huh.
unafraid.
Uh,
Um, uh, she, in fact, I think straddles one leg over and like side saddles, sitting
mm,
on the edge. It's super dangerous, but she seems very sure of herself. And she goes, "Naimora, do you doubt I'm one of the most beautiful woman you've ever seen?"
I give her a once over and just like shake my head.
Like, of course you don't. You have eyes.
Mhm.
I threw myself at a teenage Cedric when his men are the most, let's call it, vulnerable. And
Mhm.
when I say he resisted me, he didn't. He resisted me unlike any man. I've seen men try to resist me. I see the lust in their eyes, but the duty holding them back. Cedric just ignored me. Because Cedric doesn't need a petite beautiful charming woman. Cedric obviously to me likes women who can kick his ass. Cedric is an impossibly eligible bachelor within this region of the Reach. He honestly should have been married a long time ago. Why isn't he?
He is dedicated to his job.
He
That is
is.
what I always thought.
He is. He's incredibly dedicated to his job. Like, you know what else seems incredibly dedicated to their job here as well? And she just like sips.
Mhm. Mhm. This is even yes, all right. Yes, I am dedicated to this is even thinking that he would be
Na-
interested.
Naimora, and she just steps onto like the edge of the parapet on the
See?
outside of the castle and
See?
walks over to you like foot over foot, hand lightly trailing on the trellis above. She's just
Like
fully outside now on the
I'm
side of the
fucking hang
castle.
myself out. It's just like I am ready to try and catch this woman.
And she walks directly over to the window and she like
Uh-huh.
grabs the side of the windowsill, so she's like kind of over you, looking at you.
Uh-huh.
And she goes, Naimora, If it wasn't for you, I would be dead. I owe you so much. Not to mention what you've done for my family while I've been traipsing around.
You don't owe me anything, my
I'm
lady.
talking.
Yes, my lady.
Like, one moment. Like,
Yes, mistress.
But you are, in my humble opinion, exquisite. Unique in every way, from your like skin to your body to your eyes.
Hmm.
Not to mention your hair isn't bad. She just like trussles it. Like I like the braid is a good look.
It's easy.
She nods. Like I knew Cedric. He's obsessed with his duty because it's where he finds value. I'm very good at reading people. It's why I've done so much in so little time. But do not doubt your own worth. You are a rising star. And I guarantee you, if there's any way I can help, I will. I owe you. Thorsten saved my life, but you're the one who got him to me and kept him alive. You saved my brother. You've saved my family multiple times from what I've gathered from my little birds around the castle, which are just the servant boys I flirted with.
All right, I'm going to have to talk to some of them. All right.
Like, shrugs. Like,
Uh-huh.
but I hope you know, I desired you. Not because you're a rarefied or taste. It's because, well, I have many tastes, and I think Cedric would as well. He's kind. He's dutiful. He's understanding. He's strong. He's not an idiot. And and out of all the men you've served with, is definitely the highest stationed. And just think as she like comes in through your window.
Good. Finally, yes.
um
I
like,
breathe easier.
why, like, maybe you should ask him why he hasn't married, even though by all rights he should have been long ago. Just food for thought. Oh, I am terribly dizzy now. And immediately, like, some people come up and like, no, you must carry me back. And she just like falls into the arms of these like
No, alas.
and then yeah.
Shaking my head and just
And they just carry her back to the bed. And she just like waves like a fucking Egyptian pharaoh. Just and she goes back to the bed.
mhm. I go and sit down on my bed and I turn to Thorsten.
Yeah, Thorsten, of course this is not a big, you've heard
No.
every word of that. Camilla
Mhm.
talks very loudly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Thorsten, do you know why Cedric hasn't married?
No.
Just turns a page. No.
No. It's more of like I look over my glasses. No. And then I turn the pin. Like he's thought for a few moments and didn't know the answer. So nope.
Hmm.
However, Thurston, it is a new puzzle in your head. Like, why hasn't he married? Actually, like,
But it's been put on the back burner. It
Mhm.
is
There is a
something
thing.
that will be worked on.
All right. I just put my head down on like the pillow and I'm just
Yeah.
like thinking. And after a couple of minutes of just thinking real hard, I say, "Why were you and Clarissa arguing with Henrik last night?"
Thorsten, you're like, oh,
this is into the part when she was conscious when we were talking about stuff, correct?
Yeah, in the corner. That's
Okay.
what she's referencing, and you realize, oh, she was awake. Which you like were pretty sure she was asleep, but apparently she was not.
Because if he's done something,
He hasn't done anything per se. It is something we are currently trying to figure out, and until it's figured out, I can't say a whole lot more. Just trust me on that. You know me, I would never let anything, no harm come to my niece and nephew or my family, even though I'm familyless now, quote unquote.
Ham? If you need ham, you need milk of the poppy. What are we talking about? Just like
We're okay-
in the
we're
corner,
okay, Miss-
like fucking Maester
Mr.
Magoo just
Magoo.
like woke up.
it is all right, Mr. Magoo. We're fine. We have plenty of milk of the puppy.
You drinking your milk of the poppy?
Yes,
I'm making
yes,
sure,
twice a
Maester.
day.
Thank you.
Good. Need at least three drinks a day. Milk of the poppy cures all day.
He mumbled himself back to sleep.
Mm. And I think that Naimora just has her head just like sort of laying in like the pillow, so that there's just one eye that's like staring straight at you. That's the half brown, half blue one, just unblinking for a couple of seconds, and then says, "You promise that there's not going to be any harm that comes to them."
I promise.
Mm.
And I'm looking you straight in the eyes when I say that.
I will hold you to that.
Of course.
Everybody keeps telling me that there's not everything is fine, and it's just because House Weirlight has risen so far and so fast. But I know that this isn't. Other houses don't deal with snake worshipping cult, like desert cultists. That's not the that's not the thing. That's not a thing.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on that.
So-
A huge part of it is rising up through, but like I said, the rest cannot be talked about right now. When the time comes, I will inform you on what I can.
Someday I'm going to have secrets, and I'm going to keep them all from you.
Oh, I'll figure them out.
It's just, no. It's going to be just terrible, terrible, awful secrets. I'm a queen in Essos. That sort of secret.
You just told me.
I take the pillow and I throw it at him. Yeah. And then I have to go and get it.
Yeah.
I would like to lay down.
Yeah.
It's about 10 minutes later. Go and get the pillow.
Go get the pillow. All right. Excellent. Quickly, we jump to the roving fields of the Redlands. In the distance, we see the roving poppy fields, but coursing fast in an arrow form, like wedge formation. We see Henrik's hunting party. The boys indeed. We see, of course, the whole party rushing forward. Ashlyn, Crispin, Darren, Layden, Walton, Garland. And you are fast approaching. You see over the horizon, Henrik, Bloodbloom. And Darren goes, Henrik? Henrik?
So, yes, Darren.
In the zone.
There's sort of like not really any game this direction. I never really understood why, but there's like no birds or brush rabbits, or ground moles, or really anything. So can I just ask, like, what are we doing?
I didn't plan this far ahead. Damn it.
Oh no,
no,
no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. No, I'm sorry. I'm
no,
dumb.
Darren,
Like,
you're I'm not ashamed. You are a much better huntsman than I am.
well, I have been training with your master of the hunt, and so I
Yeah, I know that.
getting to know the lands.
You're very skilled. I honestly, between you and me, and I get close, I'm like, I just wanted an excuse to come out here to kind of clear my head and go somewhere familiar. I do.
Oh,
You're right.
okay.
You're absolutely right. We, as a hunt, after all, we shouldn't come back empty-handed. So, can I trust you with this? Actually,
But yes, yeah, yeah, yes, cousin, absolutely. What do you need? What do you need?
all right. Well, I would just like a few moments for myself, but of course, everyone wants to go hunting, and who better than you to know what best places to go around the area? Would you mind? And I'll make sure everyone knows that, like, basically, like, I'm trying to, like, hype him up to be like, hey, can you lead this hunt away from this area right now, bro?
Without me, and I'm just gonna go there for a bit. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna need you.
Would it be okay for, like, us, like, in Western term, does everyone, like, stay clumped together, or is it normal for everyone to, like, kind of...
I mean, generally, people can, like, spread out a bit, but yeah, I mean, you can just, I mean, you could just, like, do whatever you want. You're rich and powerful, like. But, like, yeah, if you want to convince Darren to, like, lead everyone a certain way, yeah. You are. I mean, this sounds like charm to me. This sounds like you're trying to be like, hey,
Yeah.
cousin, I can rely on you, right? Like, just...
Can I trust you? Yeah.
This is such a low blow.
Yeah, why don't you give me a persuasion charm check?
I know how to work Darren. I feel like this would work, but yeah.
Dang it.
This is bullying.
Dang it.
It's like, oh, hold up.
Goodbye, Tony.
Sorry.
Lost the GM. You're good.
Oh, God.
Goodbye.
So long, farewell.
Sorry. I'm
No.
so sorry.
Now
Yeah.
Serena is the
He's
Okay.
coming back.
See my
I'm back.
Now
Not
the
as-
oh dang it.
Holy shit. Well, someone's their mother's son.
This is
That
bullying.
that
is what
roll
it
just
is.
totally kicked
Mhm.
Tony
I'm not
out
being
of the
mean to
system.
him.
I mean, you crit him with 2 6s. Yeah, that would have destroyed his thing in an intrigue anyway. Sorry. Barely getting comfy. So yeah, he's like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Fantastic.
Darren,
Men, all right, yeah, and I like just kind of went up like
follow
Darren
Darren.
here. Yeah, Darren here. I'm sure he's super scared. Just pat him on the back. Is one of
You cut
shit.
out.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh fuck. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Are you guys all like? Yeah, you.
Yeah.
I'm good.
We Gucci fam.
Okay. So
Alright,
are you
so
saying you huddle your
tell
boys
him-
up?
And so you're
Yeah.
like, follow Darren. Darren is a great
Yes.
huntsman. All right, cool. Yeah, so Darren will, like, lead them off, and they all begin to ride off. Do you just, like, yes, you turn, and you're like, eventually just slow your horse down and, like,
This way, Onyx. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Why don't you give me a give me a ride, give me an animal handling ride check to be kind of stealthy and sneaky.
Okay.
on the good old Onyx. Okay.
10.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like anyone really notices, and they all ride off. That way, and you just like slow your horse and then turn and head towards Bloodbloom.
Yep.
All right. As you approach Bloodbloom, you feel the forest sort of feels taller than you remember, which is strange
Mm.
because when you're bigger now, you should feel smaller,
Yeah.
but it doesn't.
Yeah. Usually works the opposite. Okay,
Feels-
nothing to worry about.
Bigger, more like instead of the trees covering things, it looks like the trees are like angled as if they're like a mouth open.
8. Okay.
What
Uh,
what are you doing?
I'm gonna press onward, and first off, I think just like a general like perception around of like seeing like are there a lot of Weirlights congregated to one
You
area?
don't need
or
a
just-
perception. Your passive perception awareness will work. Yes, there are. There are some Weirlights. Less than you remember though. They're a little tighter, packed in tighter. They used to be sort of spread out everywhere, but they look much tighterly packed into the sort of canopy, under the canopy, like mushrooms.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna follow in closer to where they are. Sort of like.
Are you going like around the border of Bloodbloom, or are you going into Bloodbloom?
Poppies are all around Bloodbloom, then I'll do like a perimeter check first. I think, yeah.
Absolutely. So you're doing a perimeter check. It's not hard to spot the things you want to spot. They're brightly colored and different from your surroundings. Yeah, you're noticing that there are on every angle there are Weirlights, but they're now, before they were like fine under the sun, but none of them are touching the sun anymore. Like none of them. And you were dead sure in this one part, like, no, the flowers were out to here. And they were much farther apart. Now they're like the stems are touching.
Pick one.
You want to pick one?
Yeah.
You gotta get off your horse.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, you get off your horse. You waltz over, reach down, go to grab a flower, and suddenly you hear a voice just behind you going, "What are we doing?" And crouched there near you, you see Crispin. He goes, whose passive awareness is 16.
Damn it, it's good.
It's just like, what are we doing?
Don't do that. Oh gods. Okay.
You think I didn't notice when you just totally broke off? No one else has noticed. Everyone's just like high-fiving
Yeah,
each other
no one
in
else
butts.
noticed. Yeah.
Like, but yeah, I saw you break off, so I got interested. What is this? What is any of this?
Oh, yeah, this is a bloom. The old.
Oh,
basically what the
shit.
old keep was.
I thought it was destroyed.
Kinda. It's
Wait, are these Weirlights then?
yeah.
I thought they were spooky. These seem. And then he just starts like looking around and going, Henrik, why are we here? And he's suddenly like looking at you very like scrupulously, like, why are you here?
He's saying that in like I'm a sane person, I don't know what you're about, or like in a creepy, Weirlight, I'm possessed voice, kind of.
Neither. Not. He doesn't sound possessed. He seems like he is suddenly aware of this place isn't good, and is now very much wondering why you're here. And Crispin maybe seems a little more like, not like, dude, are you okay? And more like, what are you up to right now? Like, what is this? What's going on? It's like he caught you like fucking just like, hey, dude, what are you doing? And you're just like standing in front of like a bunch of closed plutonium bars in a factory, and you're just like, and you have a wrench in your hand. You're like,
No.
nothing. Like, it's like, what are you up to, bud?
Totally fine.
Just just a glass cutter in front of a bunch of diamonds, and you're just like, what are you doing? Just
What are you
hanging out.
doing?
Hanging out. Like,
Chilling.
so he's just like crouched there staring at you, going, what are we doing here, Henrik?
Well, I was just trying to honestly have a moment alone, but
I mean, Henrik, I've been watching you.
And I've been alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything weird, so yeah.
No,
fine.
you look like you're patrolling this place. Like a guard outside of a prison. And you had to hype yourself up to pick a flower.
You do this, you could just pick a flower. Honestly, Crispin,
What is this place, and why are you here? Because, like, if you're into the dark arts, like, I'm your cousin, I'll back you up, but, like...
First off, I'm strangely appreciative and really heartened that you first off are okay with that. Or with that
I mean, I'm not really okay with it, but you're my cousin, so I'll back you up.
I am not interested in that at all. But I do know a bit about this place.
Like, I don't know anything about the dark arts, but I've seen enough stuff to know that there is shit people can't explain.
And to be real, there's been stuff that I also can't explain. And since we were close to here...
Oh, I get it. I'm the dirty bastard cousin. Can't be told the family secrets.
Don't. I've only known you for like not even a full day, and I know you try to pull that crap on everyone you meet. So don't.
It's fine.
No,
it's fine.
I don't even tell my sister half of this stuff anymore. So don't.
Okay, then you say you can't tell me details. Okay, then just vaguely. Why are you here?
Look around the keep. See what's changed. What's
no, cool.
different.
No, wait, why though? Like, what is the goal? Is what I'm asking. The goal of you being here. If you ever need help, Aaron, because I know, I know Henrik is very well spoken, but not all us as players always are. If you want help, you can ask me and stuff.
I'm trying to think of an answer that would satisfy him, but still like
sure.
be.
You could no. So here's the thing: you can roll an awareness empathy check to see what kind of answer would satisfy him.
Sure.
So here we go. You just got to come to me with a problem. 15. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You got it. Yeah, that's a degree of success. Because here's the thing. There was like a lot of explanations, right? You would have to spend like over an hour explaining to him the details of what the fuck is going on. But if he's asking for the end goal, all you really have to say is to save your house. Because that is the end goal of all of this, right?
Mhm.
Or that, or just if you think if you just say to save my house, or to save my wife, my future wife, either of those, just saying that, you think Crispin will just fully accept it and just like go with it.
Oh, yeah.
Crispin's a pretty fluid guy. He adapts
so.
to situations pretty easily.
Yeah. I just like take him by the shoulder, like it's hard to explain, but it's for a good reason. It's to save the house and to protect.
You cut out
now
just
and
okay. You cut out.
in the future. God fucking
So I heard protect your house, protect my house,
what you said.
and
So yeah, yeah.
so protect your house, and do you say your wife as well?
I
Or
was gonna
just-
say and
yeah.
and protect our family, and I'm including him in that
Okay.
as well.
All right, so my house and our family. Yeah, so you say that, yeah, and I think he just kind of goes. I don't think a roll for what I know of Crispin, I don't think you need a roll because you said our family. You included him, so he just goes, okay. What do you need from me? Now he's just like, cool, I'm involved now, but I don't need to know anything else. What do you want me to do?
I right
Do you-
now.
Uh-huh. Do you want me to pick a
Nothing.
flower? Do you want to pick a flower? I'll pick a
No,
flower.
actually, I prefer if you not touch them.
Oh shit, okay. They poisonous or something?
Yes, that's basically it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, realizing, listen, that's gonna be a good reason for people not to touch them. He's like, oh, okay, cool. Absolutely, cousin. I won't touch them.
If you honestly wouldn't mind the company, some runs.
Okay. Would you mind some extra company? And just like underneath his right arm, you just see the dog's head, just like, and that was dead
Yes!
silent. Like you definitely did not hear this dog. He just like pops up, and he has just like this feral kind of dingo eyes and teeth coming out the sides of his mouth, and just like, he goes, I don't think you were formally introduced. I
I
think
don't
you met
think we were.
you met Gregis. But this is my second hound. This is Fulgore.
Just look this dog up and down, try to play it cool,
Mhm.
and not.
It's a scary dog.
Yeah.
But unlike the breed like that Birch is, which is just like a stocky, wide mouth, like will snap your fucking thigh bone, kind of a dog, like a very like, you know, like Doberman Rottweiler mix kind of style thing. This dog is much leaner and thinner and longer, like a mix
a greyhound.
yeah, like a greyhound mixed with like a dingo, like some kind of like wild desert dog.
Look at. I suppose not. Terrified or safer? I feel like it's a mix of both.
Like,
Around,
oh,
but
Fulgore's here is just a little baby, aren't you? Aren't you?
Oh,
And
that's-
he just like kisses the top of its head,
God.
and it just like doesn't like regard him as he's kissing him, just staring at you and going like,
Great.
just
Staring at me. Okay.
yeah.
Right, great. While we're going, I would also be like, so cousin, I do have another request. If you
I mean, you're racking up a lot here, but
right,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm not doing anything. What's up?
I think you'll actually enjoy this one, and it might even out. I don't know if you are aware of the Reach customs of the night before the wedding. So
really.
there is a night before the groom would usually have what's called a stag party and a stag night, and my second Walton, I think you met him. He has organized an event for me and some other people he's gathered. I don't know, to basically go down to Redport and have at this brothel.
Oh yeah. Best brothel I heard in town was it the Silk Scabbard? Sounds really
It's the
interesting.
one, yeah. It's the one we were supposed to go to. I, unfortunately, just looked sad and down. Unfortunately, sad. I can only be there for a short time because I some things to go over with the steward and a few other things about the.
Are you asking me to cover for you when you ditch?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
So have a good time. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
That's about it.
All right. Yeah, I can do that for you. Yeah. Like cousin, I don't know if you've fully noticed, but I can be very distracting. And I've noticed that I think some of the men in that entourage, I think have caught my eye a little bit. I think we can cause a bit of chaos.
I have no doubt about that, but I'm so glad you came. So glad we met.
I am incredibly glad we met. It's so strange. It's like looking into a much more polished and sequestered mirror. It's like me. You look a lot like me, except if I've, never been outside.
I thought me, who had been outside, who had been like more worldly and traveled, would at the very
And you're
least
like, I've gotten tanner. I've gotten
I know,
tanner.
like I've gotten
But you're definitely not his level of tan.
I mean, with all your experience in travel, one would have thought you would have at least be able to grow a semblance of a mustache by now. I would have had hope, but
I was like, that's very interesting coming from you.
I'm working on it.
I mean, I clearly have the makings of a 5 o'clock shadow where you are, well, I would say a babe's bosom. And he just like does like this to your cheeks.
Slap his hand away.
But yeah, it's clearly a jest.
I love him already. Yeah.
So you continue searching around the way. So are you trying to find like a different way into Bloodbloom than like the traditional way? Because the way you know how to get in is the way that you remember opening into the horrifying like pit.
It's not great. Yeah. This is gonna sound weird, but I'm trying to look for a place that like isn't obvious would be an entrance. So like,
okay,
maybe it's a little more like, hey, if this is a haunted place that maybe is like really, perfect opening and awning right there, don't want to go for that. So like something that seems a little more hidden and sequestered.
So this is where things can get interesting. You can either roll awareness, knowledge, or thievery to sort of find a hidden way in. And we don't touch on thievery a lot here, but it is a skill. And you know who's actually very good at thievery?
It's Allie.
It's Crispin.
Oh.
I mean, Allie absolutely. Oh, Allie fucking would kill Crispin, but like, Crispin actually is. I mean, I think he's better than Henrik at thievery.
Probably a bit. I only have like a 3 in it, so.
You have a 3 in thievery?
Why do you have a 3 in thievery?
You're just smiling. You just know how to break out of rooms. Listen, I love it.
Yeah. Listen, Henrik had to sneak out of classes somehow.
I was just about to say that.
I love now that we're making a thing of like Henrik is like, no, I know how to pick locks. And everyone's like, why?
Well, there was that, and then like basically the house arrest that Vivian is like, you're grounded, and Henrik's like,
Henrik's like, okay.
Have 'em, sure. But
Yep.
know how to climb up multiple
You just keep
roofs,
putting him in a
block
higher and
pick
higher
off.
room, and it just
Nope.
keeps not and mattering more and more.
Henrik taught himself how to pick locks. All right.
Listen, I love that. This is fun. Like, that's so good. I just picturing young Henrik being like, "It's fine. I've seen this done before," and Felix being like, "I don't know, man. We're gonna get caught."
Felix, we're fine. Okay.
Like, if we're
Okay,
caught, you're gonna get punished. I'm gonna get whipped. He's like, "Yeah, it's fine."
That's why we're not gonna get caught.
And all right, cool. So yeah, awareness, knowledge, or thievery. Do you want to roll thievery?
Oh, yeah. I think that might be one of my highest.
You want to learn how
levels.
to learn how to case the joint?
It's funny he knows more about thievery than knowledge, as if he'd stayed in school.
He just continuously tried to break out of lessons, and that's how the
Yeah,
thievery came
listen.
about.
Pretty much.
Yeah, listen, that's why the knowledge is so low.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, listen.
That's why the
there
knowledge
are-
is 2
there are
and the
parallels.
thievery is 1. Okay, or the thievery is 3. Can I get
Everything's
any
connected.
help because Crispin's here?
Yeah, I'll give you a bonus die. A bonus, sorry, a bonus test die, so you can make your 3 of 4. Because he is more skilled than you, and he's helping. What you got?
Go.
I don't see anything.
Let me try again.
A 9.
That's a lot of ones.
Do you wanna re-roll it? Do you wanna spend a destiny point and re-roll it?
I know we have to. I know I'm probably gonna need those. Okay. I have 5 total. I already spent 1.
Mhm.
I'll spend 1 more, and then the rest I'm like.
Okay.
I'm giving.
Get-
Okay.
Roll it.
I lost. There we go. 14. Better.
Better.
14. Yes, the TN was 12. Yeah, so Henrik, you with Crispin's help, you kind of go through some bushes, and you find, weirdly enough, hidden by some ivy in the very back, there's a ladder bolted to the backside of the crumbling tower.
How perfect. Does it look stable enough to climb?
It's metal.
Perfect. Great. Okay.
It's iron, essentially. So
I don't know. If you stayed in school, you would know.
Okay. You're not here. The voice in my head.
I
was,
know. I'm
You
just being
stayed in
facetious.
school and you'd sneak out all the time. Stupid kid. Alright, I'm. No, I can't be too worried because 1, we have actual like a hunting party to keep going to.
yeah.
Also, saving this for later tonight. I will like up the ladder real quick to see, like, make sure there's not like.
Do you want to go
big
up
wall.
like 5 feet, or are you trying to climb to the top right now?
How far up is the top?
Pretty far. It's like really high. It'd be like the top of a mast of a like a galleon.
Okay, that'll
So
take
far-
a bit.
so
I'm just.
60 feet.
Okay, ooh, yeah, I'm just all right. I'll just go up a couple feet just to like test it
Just
out.
to test it out. It like wobbled a little bit, but like it feels like it's holding your weight very well.
Okay.
Like you kind of like do the bounce thing, and you feel pretty good. It definitely like goes gang 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 when you like start going up it, but like you don't feel like it's slipping or giving or anything.
Cool. Well, I'm satisfied with that. Oh, yes, you will, Ursa. You can. Leaving you. I'll head back down.
Okay. So do you and Crispin go to rejoin the hunting party?
Yeah, I think I'm satisfied.
All right, cool. Yep. So you'll get back on your horses. And I will say though, when you like climbed up halfway, you looked up at the top, and you had an overwhelming feeling suddenly press against your temple, just this sort of pressure against your temple to just like it's as if this feeling of like, oh, I don't want to be rude because you feel like someone just said, please come in. And then you went, I'm good, and just crawled back down.
Going, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep, don't have to roll, but you felt that
Cool.
presence. All right. You rejoin the hunting party. Clarissa.
Yes, cast off the blanket.
Hi,
my
it was
time.
me all along. It was me, Clarissa.
Lying in wait.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Fremen in the sand. Yeah. So, Clarissa, you said you are. What exactly are you doing in the hall while the hunt is going on? What are you doing? Tell me
Yeah,
about yourself.
there's a lot on my plate. The
Yeah.
plate, I should say, rather.
Sure.
So I think I have my child.
Yeah, you've got Caleb.
Yeah, and is Catalina at the what is it called? The salon?
No, Catalina is like running the servants right now.
Okay. Then I would speak to her for a bit and then go up with Jaren with Caleb. And stay with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Catalina looks very tired, and she's like, we have to keep continuously change out these servants, and I have to constantly use a lot of the female servants, and it is very interesting. How can I help you, sister?
Wanted to see how you were doing. There's a lot riding on your success, but you've done it well.
I'm incredibly up for the challenge, and I know what I'm capable of. I
You
learned from
certainly
the
do.
best.
You certainly did. Well done, even on the top of your game. Here, right now.
She just nods. I think it's given me a lot of really great experience. Um,
Yes, speaking of experience, I am sure our father has given you the same talk that he gave me. Any progress?
yes. Uh, we're talking about husbands, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because there was a couple talks, but
Oh.
so here's the thing. I really want one,
Uh-huh.
but knowing what I know now and experiencing what I've experienced, I don't know who to pursue. Cause I mean, before this, I would have just settled for any handsome knight, very honestly. Well, you have a handsome knight, but I feel like that wasn't a settlement.
It was intended to be. It certainly turned into something different.
Jaren is amazing. He's a very good father. I am not jealous, but just
You should be.
she laughs. She goes, I hate you. I'm just really happy for you. Because I mean, no offense, sister, but I thought you would shun that way of life forever. And I thought you would, die fulfilled, but alone. I'm really tired. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
That
But
was my intention. There's no reason for you to have not said it.
she nods. Yeah. I know you don't need a man to be happy, but I'm glad that you do have one and he makes you happy.
Thank you, Catalina. And you should know by now that should this be something that would make you happy, I will do everything in my power to make it so.
Wow, that was It's really scary, but I really appreciate it and feel I like that energy. I I do. I really want a husband, but I I suddenly don't. This is going to sound insane for me because I know what I've said my entire life, but I don't know if I really care if they're handsome that much anymore. Yeah, which is like your sister is so fucking boy crazy.
Yeah.
Like every blacksmith apprentice she's ever met, she's just been like just
What changed?
honestly doing this job,
Mm.
you learn things. You have to watch people closer. You have to know wants and fulfill them before they're even aired. So you get to know people, and suddenly I'm realizing that spending your entire life with a person who you've only married because of their face, you would have had no time to know who they are, and by the time you do, it could be too late. I guess I never realized that people were so complicated. I knew I was complicated, and I knew you were complicated, but I just thought that we were just better than everyone else.
We
Which
are.
of course,
Yes.
I'm getting, which I have not abated, but
Yes.
but no, people are complicated, and I think I would just be happy with, uh, I think just a man I know. I mean, I know certain talks we've had. Definitely a man. I want a man. Um, I know I'm the fourth daughter of a. Well, I would have said kind of dying house before, but actually we're sort of coming back very hard now.
Mm.
But I am a fourth daughter, so I've never had any real designs.
Mhm.
I mean, you have your own land.
I do. Isn't that weird?
It's really cool though. And your son. I'm sorry, every time I see or think of Caleb, I just start crying. I don't know why.
He's
I love
perfect.
I love him so much. I would kill everyone here
Oh,
for him.
certainly. The Weirlights would burn before he was touched.
100%. I listen. I love the Weirlights, and I'm very dedicated to them. But like, I, oh,
Uh-huh.
um, but yeah, no. If you could help, I would appreciate because I don't know or have time. Like,
Mhm.
so I'm going to be completely honest. My first thought was actually kind of Orton
Mhm.
because I mean his house is actually becoming more prominent now, but like he's just competent, which is
Important.
yeah, kind of sexy, honestly.
Mm.
Competence. Just saying, hey, I really need this done, and him just saying, oh, I've already done it. It's just sort of like
Mhm.
it's just right there.
Mhm.
But then I got to know him more, and I realized I don't think we would be a good match
For
because,
what number of reasons?
well, I would want a man who would ravish me every night,
Mhm.
and Orton would probably do it
Yes.
once.
He would fulfill his requirement, and that was it.
He nods, like yeah,
Mm.
and that would be it, and then he would find other interests. But I would like, though I could just find lovers on the side, I would like my husband to violently ravage me every night. She just like looks off.
You want a marriage? An actual one?
Yes, I do.
I've spoken to Mariella about this.
Really? About me?
Yes, of course.
She just like looks really surprised and like obviously like excited.
She would know this. I talked to Catalina.
Yeah, but like she's just like realizing that she's the one who talked to you about it.
Yes.
I don't think she just didn't make the connection in her head because she's been very tired. It's like,
But-
yeah, she said she would help, and I just really really appreciate it.
Mhm.
I know I'm not going to be able to do this job for much longer, but what I've learned here, I think I just, well, I want to do, I think, what you're doing, which is whatever house I marry into, I want to make the best. And there you see the look that you've had in your eyes of just like the I'm going to fucking win, like of like I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, Clary puts a hand on her cheek and just says, "Ah, there you are."
Yeah. Yeah. Your other two sisters are just nothing like you and Catalina.
Yeah. Well, should you think on it further and have any specific prospects?
Well, I mean, honestly, I've been trying to talk to people. Jennifer and I have been trying to like help each other because
Oof.
she's been getting a lot of pressure from her father to marry someone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's some kind of event going on, and her house really needs more support. It's a whole thing. There's this turmoil in the mountains of the moon. It's been really affecting her.
Mm.
She doesn't show it. She's incredibly professional. In fact, even though she's like younger than me, I sometimes forget that because she is so good at what she does. But she's really stressed out. And like while I really want a husband, I'm actually really worried for her because her family could be in danger.
But what is this? I've been I've been out of the loop for far too long. This is actually painful. What is happening?
I'm not sure. I think there's like a tribal uprising going on.
Mm.
And some of there's been arguments among the different Mountains of the Moon's houses to who to support, and most of them are just fortifying their own places. And her family is in a difficult position, and no one is reaching up to help them, and so they just need support of some way. And so Jennifer is sort of on a time crunch to find a husband to support that. She's completely given up any thought of her own being. She's just wants to help her family.
What marriage is for most of us, but I'm sorry to hear that it's affecting her so much.
She's still doing her job, but I don't know how, because I sometimes after like interacting with the social crowd and talking with men and all that stuff, she's so elegant and funny and witty, but I've seen her when she's in the back and she's just shaking.
I will miss you when you're gone.
I
These
would
are
hope
things
so.
These are things I don't see.
I know. Like, but that's why I'm telling you them.
Thank you.
There's so much staff. I'm just trying to.
Oh, speaking of, very quickly,
Yeah.
there's someone on your staff called Briar?
Yes. Oh, thank the seven for Briar.
Where did you find them?
Oh, well, Noira hired them. You know, the head of she's the head of
Mhm.
staff. I think they're a. I actually don't know if they're a boy or a girl. But wow, weird. but they're local or something, but like they're from I think they're from one of the hamlets. Um, but yeah, they're a great runner. They never lose energy. We've had to swap so many of them to so many different jobs. Briar was in the kitchens for really long times, and then they've been run to like a message runner, and then we had them as a footman for a while. Um, Briar has really just stepped up, and Briar has seemingly, we keep saying that we need to go in shifts, but Briar's taken every shift. And they never slow down.
Oh, Catalina, growing up the way we did, it's hard to look at something like that and think that it's simply a gift or a good tide that has
I've
come upon our
decided to
door.
look at it as a gift because it is saving me a lot of time and effort.
You can.
Yeah.
It's currently not my job, so
Mhm. But yes, no, what about them? Why do you ask about them?
it's irrelevant to your position currently.
Okay. But if you need to know anything, where they are, whatever, just let me know.
Of course. But yes, I will leave you to your duties.
Yeah. Yeah, like yeah, she's like, no, not that yet, and she's just like immediately beginning to go back. Goes, thank you. Um, and then she comes back and just like squeezes your hand real quick and goes, "I love you," and just like
I love you
run,
too.
runs back.
Yeah.
Um. Uh. As that is happening, you hear off to your right, this sort of giggling. It sounds like of young girls, and one giggle you recognize immediately, because it's Tesea's. It seems to be around the corner.
Yeah, I'll head that way.
Yeah, so you peek around. Do you like peek around the corner or just walk around it?
I'll peek around.
Okay, you just peek around. So you see, um, uh, let's see. Oh, what is her name? Dang it. You see Tesea. You see Helen, the Dulvers young girl, and you also see Scarlett's younger sister.
Your group.
Whose name I have apparently lost. Does it? Oh no. Where's the fucking Primaris?
I don't think you ever told us, so we can't help you there.
I think I told Vivian at one point.
Yeah, it was mentioned at one moment. Through all my freaking notes. Because this was back when there were alternatives for arranging a thing between our houses.
Yes. Well, we'll continue the scene. But you see those three giggling, and you see holding Tesea like upside down, and she's just like giggling really, really hard, and the other two is like, me next, me next. You see Harold Dulver playing with his daughter and her two friends. And you just hear him being like, that's right. Yeah, like you have to talk. They like talk, sing me a song, and she's like, I can't sing upside down. Like, well, that sounds like a you problem. And they're all giggling and.
Can I marry Harold Dover?
Oh my god! He's already taken. He can't now.
Yeah, I think having peeked, I will step out fully and just incline my head a little bit at him.
Yeah, you see him, and he's just like, oh, girls, we've been caught. And they're like, ah! And they just like, he puts Tesea down, and they all just like get up and just run screaming, laughing. And he just sees them go off, and then like smiling, and then looks over and it's just like, lady, oh, it's a different name now, isn't it?
It is Birdsong.
Birdsong. Isn't that your dog's name?
Strange of you to remember. Yes, it's a very long story.
Memory is a funny thing.
Indeed.
Are you enjoying the festivities?
As much as I can.
Corks an eyebrow. Well, I'm sure the answer to that question is very interesting indeed.
Oh, I'm sure you'll hear all about it eventually.
Shrugs. He goes, "Hmm, well, if your house needs aid, you know that you always have the Dolphus support.
Your kindness is astounding, Lord Dover.
It's not kindness.
No, I know.
It's business." But he smiles at you. That man you married, is he good enough?
Far better than I deserve.
I'm sure that's not true.
You'd be surprised.
Hmm. Just know this, I will be very judgmental of whatever man decides to marry Mariella. He better have top marks, or I will never let him hear the end of it.
As you shouldn't.
If there's anything else, I think I should go chase after my daughter.
Of course. I wish you well, Lord Dover.
Thank you. I will say, looking at him, he looks so much older. It's not been that long, but he looks older. His eyes are a little, skin's a little sallower.
Sunken in.
Yeah, and you see like his hands look different. They're mostly covered. He has like long sleeves, but your awareness is bullshit. So you notice that his hands look very different. Normally they were like strong, but there's now like they look clawed slightly, and like veins are intensely over there. Like the skin has been pulled tight, and there's like blotched, faded markings as if there was something wrong with his hands. It's on both of them.
As he turns away,
Mhm.
I think she'll just say, Lord Dover, if there is anything that me or our maester can do for you, please.
You see his face go like a little harder, like a little stonier. He goes, I will take that as what it is. So thank you.
Not all injuries are simply based on the test of time.
He goes, I just remembered why I like you. And he smiles and nods. Goes, I'll keep it in mind. And you see him turn, and yeah, you see he's got a walking stick, which he did not have before. And you see him definitely lean. He walks just as fast as he used to, but you see him very heavily leaning on it. Just
Of
like
course he does. He
you
has
see.
3 legs.
It's fine. He's a Skeksis. But yeah, he goes off. We fast forward. So let's roll for Darren to see how good y'all did. Pretty good. Oh, that's hidden, isn't it? Fuck. Okay. He rolled a 16.
That's good.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty good.
It's not like that random roll David made, but
Yeah.
No.
That was the house stats roll. I accidentally hit it. Sorry.
Yeah, so you guys bring back a full buckhorn stag. It's very impressive looking. A lot of the Reach people are like, "Oh, we're eating a stag, huh? Nice."
That feels good for some
Feels
reason.
right.
I don't know why, but that feels good.
Feels right.
Nice. Yeah.
Yes. However, you are unfortunately not the winner.
All right.
As the winner is, hold on.
There was a TN. Darren didn't cut it.
I've pre-rolled
Yeah,
essentially just in case. I did this quite a long time ago, and I'm trying to find the dude that did it.
So I don't know if this will help. Serena and I
Oh.
have been scouring notes. Was like Shahara the name of the second, like Primera's daughter or something? Something
maybe.
like that. Anyways,
Yeah. Hold on.
did this help you?
Yes.
Because like she would probably be rocking around Peter or something. All right.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There he is. The winner of the hunt is actually your cousin. It is
Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin, Sir Kevin Manning's group.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, it was like his group of people found a absolutely massive pale boar. Pale boar are more near the Westerlands area, so the finding one way down here is real weird. But you see Kevin Manning and a couple others in his group. In his group is also Topper Simonin. Along with a few others, I think you'd probably
Our hog fellow?
yeah, and Sir Etten Hogg is in there too.
Oh boy.
Hog.
Oh,
They come out with
Pig,
an
pig.
absolutely massive
Any
pale
crickles?
boar. Actually,
it's just all the other NPCs.
no, it's a few. I know. I had the groups, but they're kind of scattered right now. It's something happened to my Excel sheet. I think I hit something. Along with the female Krakal, the lady.
Oh,
Krakal.
the one that starts with an M?
Yeah, hold on. Oh no.
Melissa, if you're looking for the one who's like interested in Darren.
Yes, it's Melissa. Yeah, Melissa was a part of that group.
Sure.
So they bring it in. It's a big celebration. Henrik, you come back, with the stag, but a lot of people are going to be prepping that, cooking that. Everyone's real excited. It's going into the preservations. They're going to start working on what those dishes can be. Probably because of the day delay, you will probably have like a stew within the carcass kind of thing. Really fun, really traditional. So that's exciting. The moon is set. Vivienne, you are Vivienne.
You're muted.
I realized that. I was just like, oh no. Sorry.
You're
Vivienne,
good.
the night has come. Everyone's coming to gather. Everyone's kind of getting into groups, and you have to announce the stag and doe parties, the final moon celebration. You remember your final moon. So what words do you have to say to enact the final moon? Anything you say is just canon, so go for it.
Yeah. Is there something that I'm supposed to say, like traditional?
Whatever you say is the thing you're supposed to say, essentially.
Okay.
You're just wish them luck and inaugurate the ceremony. If you want to tell a story about your own final moon,
No,
you're
I'm
free
not gonna
to.
tell a story about my own.
Oh, God.
moon. No, I think I'll just say that yes, fuck, I didn't know I didn't know I was
Yep,
gonna
I've
come up
sprung
with
this
all
on
these
you.
puns. Yeah. I guess something along the lines of like the term final moon is something that we in the Reach uphold, but it is not the final night of joy and prosperity for these young people. It is a new beginning that they will spend together building up from what they have been taught. But perhaps this night, absent of responsibilities and expectations, they have new stories to tell. And that's all.
All right, will you give like a grand like and you're off because they're all gonna
Yeah.
like run
Just
like
like, yeah.
you do a thing
Alright,
and then they all
yeah.
run away.
Yeah, it's like, and I release you. So,
Teenagers start running.
Yeah, immediately. So Mariella, question. I mean, you're Ashella 100% like is well, you're in my dough party. Like, you need to be there. Did you agree to that?
Yeah, I think she did.
Cool. So do you rush with everyone else to what you're supposed to do is you basically just lift her up and run her the fuck out of the castle.
Oh god, Mariella lifting anyone? That's a joke.
It's you and a bunch of other girls, right?
I think she's like part of the herd, but like she'll probably like be in the front to help like lead the herd wherever to
Make
go.
sure no one crashes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. So you run off with them and Henrik.
Henrik
who is
stepped
gone.
away.
Oh,
I think.
It's about to
Real quick.
kind of be all in. Cool. All right, then I guess we'll just have a quick scene of Thorsten and Clarissa. Are you congregating as the moon is rising?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think
Well,
I've given
Not rising.
yeah. I've given the child to whoever can take care of it and told Jaren, if I don't come back, make sure he has a good life. And then I go
He's
and
like-
find Thorsten.
Oh God, he's just like, what? No. And he's just like getting out of bed, like, mm-mm.
It'll be fine.
If you were less injured, you could have come, but no.
Yeah, somebody decided. Anyway, yeah, I will go to the infirmary.
All right, yeah. So, Clarissa, you find Thorsten there. Thorsten, have you prepared?
As best to my ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have your own people, so they can bring you like your bags and
Mhm.
everything.
Yes.
You know you can walk.
I definitely have a
Yeah.
cane or a staff to
Yeah,
help.
as a maester, you do your job came with a big staff. Most maesters don't use it until they're much older. But you're supposed to be there forever, so you're now like, good thing I got this walking stick.
Mm-hmm.
You prepared? Are you ready?
As best as I can hope to be.
And your wounds, internal wounds, I suppose.
Well,
How are you feeling?
I could be better, but precedence.
Of course. All right. Yes. Well, I suppose we have to follow Henrik first, unfortunately. But after
If I
that,
remember correctly, he's going to Redport.
Redport.
Mm-hmm. How are you two getting to Redport?
I'm assuming we're riding.
Thorsten cannot ride a horse.
We are walking? Question mark?
You have carriages.
I was about to say we have a carriage.
Sure.
It'll be
Any
easier.
questions?
Nobody will
Yeah.
spot Henrik either inside, unless need be.
Any questions can be diverted quickly, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Setting up a carriage, just like the horse was like, we need to horse up the carriage, and the horse master is like, very well. Like weird, but okay. He'll hitch up to the horses. Um, do any of you have animal handling driving?
Drive.
I have animal handling of 3. That's it.
I mean,
I don't have drive.
all right, cool. You can drive if you want, unless you want a footman.
I'm gonna turn to Clarissa and be like, we want to keep this as small as possible, correct?
Yes.
Then I will attempt
I mean,
to drive.
yeah. I mean, if you, I don't, for like no reason at all, Clarissa, but like I don't know, like you guys, Briar.
It's so tempting. The other one is Crispin. I know he's good with animals.
But he's on the
Yeah.
stag.
Crispin's on the
He
stag.
is.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I wanted my hands on Briar earlier.
Thorsten, it's probably best for you to drive.
Okay. Okay, you ready for that animal handling?
Yes, please.
Please be good.
Thanks.
6. All right, you're like, yeah.
I will take it as slow as it needs to be right now.
You got time. You got time.
Mhm.
Yep. So you're just very casually leaving, not drawing any attention.
Mhm.
Fantastic. Henrik is still not back.
Correct.
Okay, this is sort of very much needs his part. Um,
These aren't the drugs you're looking for.
God, that'd be such a bad thing in your carriage. All the drugs.
all right. So, all right. Then yeah, we will. As you guys go out, I think we'll go to Naimora.
Hi.
You know, people are leaving for the dough party. The original plan
Mhm.
was you were supposed to like be one of the people accompanying that.
Uh-huh.
Are you going to attempt to do that?
No.
Okay.
I think that mostly what I'm going to be doing is I'm just going to be resting.
Okay.
I want to
We have a Henrik.
that the dough party is a young woman's thing that they are going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Let them
Okay.
have fun.
Excellent. All righty then.
You have a Henrik.
Henrik's back.
Fantastic. Everything cool, Aaron?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Very much worried. All right. So, Henrik, you are as your mom commemorates the final moon ceremony, you are lifted bodily into the air by your stag party and run full speed out of the castle.
Oh.
It is a clear difference of speed as the stag party is just like fucking gone while the dough party are all giggling and kind of pushing and lifting thing moving a little slower, but the men are just like they're all just like going fucking hard. And they immediately run outside the castle, and you see like this very nice carriage, and one of the footmen opens it, and they just bodily, Henrik, just throw you into the carriage. It's like, and then other men just like fucking jump in and pull you up and like pin you down, and then like the door is closed and people are running off, and the energy is like ecstatic. And they're all just like, hey, but you know, half these dudes are like Westerland dudes. So like, I've never been on this, but this is fantastic. It's like, of course the reason to do this right before you get fucking married, you get to fuck another girl, and they all just start laughing. Yeah, so there are 2 carriages carrying your group, and you are immediately loud, raucous body songs are being sung by your friends all the way there. You've was it, Crispin literally brought a mandolin and is just like just-
It,
yeah. He's playing the mandolin, and everyone's singing songs, and it's a good time. You arrive into Redport. Now, Redport is a town. It has like a small wall, but it's the doors are always open. So you come in, and there is absolutely a procession. Um, like you've been to Redport before, Henrik, but like you're like, I remember the streets being more crowded. But you do see an occasional like Weirlight soldier just standing somewhere, and you realize, okay, like they've basically cleared an entire area for you.
yeah.
Like your path to where you need to go has been like cleared of riffraff. um as
They
you
bought
Isn't
the
that well?
restaurant for you.
yeah, as you get out, all of the men are kind of Rick Roxing like, hey, and you see the pull up to the silk scabbard. Walton grabs you by the shoulder like I told you this is gonna be a great night. And he everyone starts running inside and pushing you. However, a woman is coming out at the same time, and some of the men go like, oh hey, and some people are like like I didn't know they had like elder women here. And however, she clearly looks like she's not a
Not a part
prostitute.
of it.
Yeah,
Like,
she has like very humble clothes on, but she has what looks like a bunch of like sewing material. And as she's like kind of pushed, as you begin to push near her, and she's like, gents, I appreciate the attention, but no, I'm a seamstress. Like, oh, good at making clothes, good at taking them off. She goes like, I can be, but not in your dreams. And they kind of go, hey, and just they go inside. They seem to leave her alone after that. But as you walk by them, Henrik, you recognize her. It's Nymora's mom.
Hi, Mom.
hey.
Yeah, you see tired, fairly like not unattractive, like middle-aged woman. Her hair has been pulled into a bun that's kind of loose and like and frayed. You recognize her like the one of the eyes of her eyes from Nymora. Um, but yeah, she's like a full like reach woman, and she sees you and she goes, "Oh, my lord Henrik, uh, may I offer you full congratulations? I'll be at the ceremony tomorrow."
Hey, that's wonderful. Has Namora ever told me her mom's name?
Yeah, Nymora, what's your mom's name?
I think we decided on this a long, long time ago.
We did. It was a very long
Um,
time ago.
And Honora.
Honora. Yeah, so yeah, you know her name is Honora.
Nora, right? You're no,
She
Namora's
nods. She
mother.
goes, yes, absolutely. I've knitted some things for you and met you a few times. Thank you for remembering me. I appreciate it. How I don't want to interrupt your celebration.
It's all right.
It looks like you're having a very good time.
Honestly,
uh,
I think most of them have already forgotten I'm out. I'm still out here, so it's okay.
I think she nods. Well, yeah, young men. But you're doing well. You're
Yes,
excited. I think
and
you're excited. I'm so excited. I think for your marriage.
I am very excited too. It's strange for me to think tomorrow I'm getting married and I'm
Mhm.
now going to be sharing my life with someone forever. And it's
Bless you,
I
dear.
don't know if I'm ready. Not in that
Hey, hey.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't.
No,
We
hey,
don't do
young
this at
lord.
all.
Yeah,
I'm so
she grabs your hand. She goes, "Young lord, you listen to me. The fact that you feel unprepared and unready means that you're willing to see improvement in yourself. And I'll tell you right now that I bet your blushing bride is feeling the same way. So all you got to do is build that up together. Right?"
Thank you.
like, all right, you have a good time, love. Mm.
Thank you.
And she like pat your cheek and
Oh.
like and adjust herself and walk off.
Ah,
Also, canonically, Honora, she got a booty.
Joe got a big old booty. Of
Very
course she
Mhm.
does. That she attracted fucking Simon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
A Dornish lord saw her and
Saw her
Oh,
dancing
wanted her
and
immediately.
was just
All that
like,
booty. Yeah.
that one. Yeah. So you go inside and you go inside the silk scabbard. It is a multi-level brothel, and there is velvet and silk streams of deep purple everywhere, obscuring different holes and covens and areas, and all floating down. And there are women like hanging from the ceiling on these long, dark purple silk scabbards, all in very interesting attire. Uh,
Sure.
they all seem to have a lot of their skin is bare, except a lot of them seem to have like flowers covering the certain parts. Many of them have different types of flowers. All in fact, you don't see the same type of flower over any other woman here's like breasts, essentially. um However, as you see starting to come in and you are immediately put down, two women like descend
Okay.
like from the ceiling and like land just next to you. One is very, very dark skinned. Her hair is sort of in these very short dreads that have these little like petals all throughout them. Um, and she has these very unique looking flowers like covering her like breasts. And she touches you and she has these beautiful gray eyes. She's very, very dark skin. And she's just like, may I offer congratulations, my lord, my name is Peony.
That's like the flower and everything. Oh,
Mhm.
well, thank you. Just full crimson cheeks,
Yep.
full blush.
And may introduce, and she gestures to
Huh.
the other woman over you. The other woman who has landed beside you is Henrik, literally one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen in your life. Her hair is like blood fire red. Her eyes are like peonies, this kind of far off gray, like a cloudy day, essentially. Her skin is pristine and like alabaster. And you immediately know what the flowers over her breasts are. And she says, "Hello, my lord. My name is Poppy."
Oh, fucking course. Hello. Yeah.
I think in
Bitch.
celebration, I think as I am so absolutely ecstatic for our Lord's marriage, as what more could we absolutely want from our favored like son, that I may offer a dance in celebration.
Oh my god.
Would you like me to see me dance?
I would very much love to see you dance.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Oh my
so
God.
yeah, they begin a rather like erotic dance. Her body is incredibly oh yeah, very, very full, very she's probably like 5'4", 5'3" ish. But she seems taller. She is There is something about her that seems very different. Her red hair is very long, but it's like up currently. And has all these like long like ivy stems and strings through it. And occasionally through the dance, she like hands one of the strings to you and she like basically gestures for you to pull on it. And as you pull, parts of her hair begin to slowly come
Whoa.
undone.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot here of there's some interactivity. There's like a thing where like you see like Peony like asks you that she says her flowers are wilting and that she needs to help you bloom. You literally like pour alcohol asks you to pour alcohol onto them, the flowers actually grow and get bigger. It's very interesting. And it is only a few moments later that you realize that these women now do not have anything covering their lower region.
Okay.
So you're just in this, basically you're laid back in this like lounge chair covered in this purple. So everything here is like obviously the Weirlight purple essentially. And it makes the light of the flames and candles bounce strangely. There seems to be colored glass coloring a lot of them, making the place seem most mad. In fact, you're like, where is all of my friends? Where did they go?
Yeah, where is everyone?
And then you're like, who cares? You are continuously handed goblets of high class alcohol, and yeah, a very nice dance. Clary and Thorsten,
Yeah.
you just steady pace. Steady pace. You know exactly where he's supposed to be. And yeah, it's taking you a bit. So Henrik, you do get to enjoy a good bit of this. You know, you get to the point where Peony is like, oh, marriage can the thought of marriage for a new young man can be very stressful. How about I massage you? And then they
Great, yeah.
begin to give you a massage. And honestly, Henrik, damn, like it's a really good massage. Her hands, though small, are very strong.
Take my shirt off. All right. Oh no. Yeah.
And so it gets kind of far. But Clary and Thorsten, you eventually, unhindered, seeing as there will be no attack on the town, unhindered, you make it to Redport. The gates open as you come up. One of the gate guards is like, "It's late. You have to state your." Maester Thorsten. Good evening, and then just like gestures like.
I guess you have a good time too. I guess have fun, man.
Yeah. Your family owns this town, literally. Like, yeah, there's. Yeah, you just keep going in. You eventually get to you see like the there isn't obviously a huge celebration going on. There's like a market. Occasionally you see like fireworks going off. However, the way to where you need to go is very clear. Luckily, Clary, it seems without your supervision, your Orton or your sister did very good prep for this to make sure that they never actually run into any real riffraff.
I'm proud.
Yep, and you make it, and you realize where you're going, and you're like, oh, right, the Silk Scabbard, which is definitely the most profitable brothel in Redport. They generate a lot of business for a lot of the smaller makers. In fact, most of the money from the market often comes from services needed here at the Silk Scabbard. It is, I mean, again, you're the money girl, right? So this is the most profitable business in this town. However, I will say, Clarissa, you do not like the person who owns this business.
Ooh.
Yes. Her I think her name is, well, what she tells you is Rouge Gardener is what she says her name is. Gardener is like a dead like noble house, and she apparently claims to be a member of it. And she is, I think maybe when you first met her you probably respected her, but she is a lying bitch. Like, she is lying, manipulative, and has definitely caused trouble before that you've had to sort of like clear up, but she always sort of has a way out of things. But yeah, you're also dead certain her name is, neither her last name is Gardner or her name is Rouge. You're pretty sure. You're sure it's probably like, I don't know, like Polly Plunkett or something. But yeah. But here you are. What do you two do? You hear music and laughter and raucousness. There's a very nasty guard at the door. What do you do?
I am going to wait here. I'm in no real position to move that well. And you can disappear at will.
A little bit. That is true. Okay. So when we talked about this with Henrik, he knows that he's gonna have to leave, but I'm assuming he never gave any kind of time limit to himself.
I don't think I did. No.
Of course.
I think
Okay.
you're pretty sure he's expecting you to just like tell him.
Summon.
Here,
Great.
Really Clarissa, when she wants me, she'll come find me. So until then, might as well have a good time.
All right. Yeah, I will. Interesting. Do I think the guard will let me through?
Do you think they got? Well, why don't you talk to him? I think you're like he should, if he knows
Mm.
what's good for him, because you've
Great
been
point.
here before. I think you recognize him. Would you have learned his name?
If this is the most profitable business, probably, yeah.
Yeah. So this guy's name's Lycan.
Of course.
But Lycan as in
The moss
like
Lycan?
moss?
yeah, the
Yeah.
moss, not the not the other thing.
like
Unfortunate name.
Yeah, his name's Lycan. You know, he is a like criminal. He was like in jail for quite a long time. However, he was pardoned by Tedric due to patriotic action. Because the reason because he attacked several he as a bandit attacked several supply caravans that were supposed to go to Robert Baratheon's army. So he was punished, and then the war ended, and he was like, "You were a patriot, so you're out." Like,
Even in Westeros.
because also maybe they were paid by the Weirlights to maybe do that.
Yes. Right. Okay.
Which you kind of know that happened.
Yeah.
But he's found work here apparently, and he's you know, he's paid very well to just kind of sit here and watch naked ladies, so it's a pretty good gig for him.
All right. Yeah, I will walk up
Big
to him.
mood.
Yeah, I will exit the carriage and walk up to him.
Yeah, he's got just a fucking morning starred cudgel like over his shoulder, just a spiked thing that will just make a mess of a brain. And he comes in and goes, well, if it isn't the high shadowed coin lady of House Weirlight.
Hi, Lycan. How are you having a good evening?
Oh, I'm having a great evening. Bunch of raucous noblemen are getting there making me rich.
Fair enough. Could I make you a little bit more rich?
Always.
All right. Yeah, I will. She just pulls out a gold dragon and is like, "Don't talk about this. I was never here."
Oh. Well, I will absolutely accept this and not and I will do what you say, but I mean I do have to protect this establishment. You got a weapon on you.
No, I don't. But it's almost kind that you think so.
You're like, I don't know. Might have to frisk you.
If I give you another one, will you not?
Well. She is the Shadow High Corn Lady after all. You got a deal.
Okay. Yeah, she'll hand it over easily.
Yeah.
Readily, almost.
Yep.
Yeah, and I will walk through the door.
Yep. Yeah, he'll toss it open for you and just go inside. And like, yeah, the smell in here. You're like, oh, all right, yeah, there's sex. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I want to blend
you hear
in.
music. Yeah. Oh yeah. Roll,
Yeah.
Why don't you roll that?
Okay. Let's see.
Yes.
25.
Yeah. Yes. My fuck. Yeah. You just like just into the crowd of people talking to women, and there's all kind of prostitutes. There is a moment where like you breeze past like a catamite. Essentially, you see just like this shaved, like very attractive young man with just his dick out.
Nice.
Just all kinds. He also has like a collar around his neck with a flower. And yeah, so you come in. It's not hard to find Henrik. He's literally like in the center of the main area. It's been completely cleared away, and there are just women dancing around him. His shirt is off. There are several empty cups around him, and he's like just being massaged while a woman is just like grinding on his leg.
God. Okay, is there anyone else around like where he is?
There's like some people coming in and out to like get rid of cups and hand him stuff, so you could probably just sort of slip in that way.
Perfect. Yeah, let's do that.
I would say with your passive awareness, you also notice Crispin, who's like seemingly keeping an eye on things. However, while he's keeping an eye on things over there, he is also getting his dick sucked.
Good for him. Yeah, I will slip in to go
Appreciate someone who can
acquire
multitask.
Henrik. Yeah, exactly.
Multitasking at its finest.
Yeah, you with a 25, you just like slip in. The prostitutes don't really notice you. They're really focused on Henrik. Henrik looks a little bit in a daze.
Can I cuff his ear? I'm just gonna walk up behind
Yeah.
him and smack him in the side of the head.
Yeah, so Henrik, you're in your
Ow!
perfect fantasy haze. You just suddenly get smacked in the side of the head.
Oh.
Time to go.
I'll give up. I'd rather thought I was her too. One sec.
Ouch. But yeah, I think once I've gotten Henrik's attention and he is beginning to gather himself, I'll make my
Yeah, as he turns to you, his breath is like it's alcohol. Like,
Oh god.
Hey, oh,
I need you to make an endurance test, my boy.
okay. I don't suppose running would apply to this, would it?
No.
I had to ask.
Yeah, sure, but no.
If you want to run, maybe.
Do you count running away from your problems?
Mhm.
I think that's a different skill. Roll endurance. God. Okay, 10.
Okay, so you're buzzed, but you're not drunk. You're not like smashed.
Okay.
You've been drinking,
Looks-
but the Weirlight men are pretty good drinkers.
Mostly drink alcohol. It's fine.
Mostly, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you're okay. Like you maybe will definitely need to like sort of get this out of your system a bit later, but you're okay. So breath is alcohol, but you're not fully drunk. But yeah, you see Clarissa just like staring at you.
I'm confused. Oh, um.
Do
This, like,
you have an
no.
arrangement with Walton?
Not with Walton, but everything's taken care of. Like, I'll be like, at the two girls who are now naked and dancing on me. It's like, ladies, you've been marvelous. Thank you so much.
They'll look at you and like,
Good
oh,
tear.
well, we're not quite done yet. And then suddenly appearing is Crispin
Thank you, Chris.
and just goes, oh, come on. I think for the house, I mean, this is a great attraction, but why don't we go to the exclusive area, right, Henrik?
Yeah, let's go check that out.
Ladies,
Yeah.
let's go. Like, why don't you guide us there? I think he wants some more alone time with you. Henrik can be quite shy in groups. And they're like, oh, of course, my lord. And and then Crispin sidles up next to you, Clarissa, and is just like, I'm involved now. Like, I'm covering for him. I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, but let's have everyone see him go into this room, and then let's jump out a window.
A great plan. Well done, Crispin.
Like, thank you. Not the first time I've had to escape a brothel.
I believe you.
And then he just goes, oh fuck, and he just like pulls his pants up.
I was like, this is taken up the whole time. God damn it.
Strangely, probably also not Clary's first time escaping a brothel. So we're a good team.
Yeah, so everyone sees Henrik goes up into this private room, and then Crispin like opens the door and immediately turns to the ladies and goes, ladies, if you could keep this like a bit quiet, like Lord Henrik has a bit of secret business to attend to. And they're like, oh, well, of course, we're very patriotic. We would absolutely love to work for the Weirlights. And like, you immediately were like, fuck it, will pay us. Like,
Give us money. It's like,
give us
yeah,
fucking
sure.
money. And Crispin's like, oh, I see. And then just like turns to look directly at Henrik, like, and goes, "You live in a castle, mate. I live in a fucking road." Like,
All right, fine. All right. Give me a good lap dance. All right, I'll give them each 1 gold.
a gold dragon. Oh god, yeah. They see the gold dragon, they're like, "Nice to be seen. See my value." And he goes, "Don't worry, ladies. You can entertain me." And they're just like, "All right." Yeah. So there is like essentially like a sheet rope that's been thrown down that you guys can kind of lower yourself from the first story. I'm not going to make you make athletics checks. Just we all know Clarissa is just like,
Fucking god damn it.
yeah, just
His fucking family. Oh,
yeah. Henrik just like slides down like an action hero and
Does a superhero pose when he lands?
yeah.
you're
Yeah,
here, baby.
you go around, go back to where Thorsten is, and you get in the carriage and hopefully get your fucking shirt on.
I remember to bring it before.
Yeah, and I assumed you brought like Henrik's like gear in the carriage.
Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
I was gonna ask if I could have told them to bring the Valyrian steel sword I got.
Yep. Yeah, that's no
that
problem.
would have been a no-brainer. It would have already been, even if you asked,
Okay.
just because of what we're going to be dealing with.
Absolutely. All right. So you guys are then off to Blood
Mm-hmm.
Giving me like at least 5 more minutes or so.
Blue. You're just
Why?
fucking just putting water into him.
Oh
What
no,
if
I
I'm
give him
fine?
something to perk himself up from the alcohol.
Mhm.
I've got that in my bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Henrik's face is rather flushed. It has something on it, like petals or something, like whatever they
Oh, I know.
put on
Thorsten
him.
knows exactly.
He
what
smells.
it is.
He smells something of some kind of balm or oil.
Yeah, Thorsten was young once before he went to become a maester.
Mm-hmm. Celibate order. You got to get that out before you join.
Yep.
There's a reason only one of you was invited to my wedding.
Oh man. Yeah. But you head towards Bloodbloom. Henrik, do you tell them of the ladder?
Yes. So while we were out on the hunt, Crispin actually helped me find an entrance off from the main area. I look at Clarissa and Thorsten and they're non-athletic type, but like it's a bit of a climb.
I have a decent
it's-
athletics.
I'm hip.
I just
I'm not
raised
that
my-
old, Jesus.
I raised my eyebrow at Thorsten like, okay. All right. It's but it's stable and it seems
That's good.
safe route.
I'm going to be really angry if I die from a collapsed ladder after all of this, but sounds like a plan to me.
That makes 2 of us.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. As we get closer and closer to Bloodbloom, I would like to ask Lady Vivian. Your daughter's off. Your like to help your future daughter-in-law. Your son is off celebrating his stag party the night before his wedding. The rest of your house and staff are essentially either working or resting from the events. Vivian,
Yes.
looking out over your court, what are you doing? How do you feel? What's going on? Tell me about it.
Well, since Orton has been in my orbit, I've tried to learn like patience and timing. So going after the red wines isn't necessarily on my docket. I think I'm just actually enjoying the evening. as far as I'm aware, I have nothing to worry about. This whole potential poisoning of a highly celebrated guest was handled. My husband hired the right people. I'm just sitting, talking to my younger kids, see before they go off to bed, see how they are enjoying the party. Enjoying myself without
Yeah.
any machinations right now.
Tisea telling you telling you about how she hung out with Helen and Shahira, and with they're like best friends and having fun, and they're going to send letters to each other, and she keeps calling him Helen's daddy. Like, will play with us, and he's really not he's really cool, like really nice. I liked him a lot. He's always a gentleman, but then he was a monster, but he was a very fun monster. And you know Helen's daddy is Harold Dolver.
Dolver. He's a big old softy when it comes to babies, and that's okay.
His baby girl.
He's baby girl.
So she's telling you about that. Yeah, others are adjusting and all that. Good idea. Just enjoying yourself, talking, socializing. I assume.
I think I'll use I mean, if the men's are back, I'll set up Topper with Aranet.
Okay, yeah. So if you want to talk to Topper about that, imagine you talk to Topper first about it. He's just like, "Oh, Lady Vivienne, how may I help you?"
Right. So, if you're going to elevate yourself into nobility, there is a girl I wanted to put in your interest. Her name is Aranet Shreve. Now, her mother is a bit much, but she comes from nobility, and with your standing currently, it should be more than enough to satisfy her mother. But the girl is easy enough to acquire, I think.
Like, Aranet Shreve. Is that the one with the face?
Yep.
Why don't you roll me a persuasion convince? Because you're being very
Absolutely.
direct with him. Why don't you give me a persuasion convince to sort of convince Topper? Because while he definitely wants that, and that is a very big motivation, the thing stopping him is he's not attracted.
The lack of attractive trait.
Yeah. However, if you convince him, he will get over that.
Oh gosh, my computer has frozen, so I cannot click on it.
Do you want me to roll for you?
If you could, I don't.
It's funny, your webcam's fine. That's
yeah, it's just my.
Oh,
nope.
There she went.
There she goes.
Never mind.
Never mind.
You
was
had
really
to
good
say
timing.
something, didn't you?
You had to say something, Dave.
That
didn't
was
ya?
really good.
Typical man coming in.
Goddamn mansplaining, but this is fine. No.
Yep.
That's funny.
System had enough. All right, I will roll her convince. Jesus Christ, I'm looking at her sheet. Oh my god, she's so good at talking.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, let's just get this out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah, she's
I'm sure she gets a
fine.
plus for something.
Yeah, I will say though, the TN was 15 because Topper was like, yeah, but she's not that much of a looker. However, Vivian does fully convince
With 2 degrees.
with 2 degrees of success that he should press for a marriage with Aranet. So I will just literally say to the group here, even though none of you were here, that happens because
Beautiful.
Lady Shreve just oh, who are you? It's like, oh, I am the god. I am the captain of the guard of the gate. I'm a captain of the gold cloaks. Oh, hey, welcome back.
Okay. So
Can
Hello.
hear ya.
I got kicked out of.
You did.
I got kicked out of everything, so I have to log out to Roll20.
I completely
No,
understand.
you're good.
You said I did the roll for you. You got 2 degrees of success.
Wonderful.
You're a monster.
Yeah, he was like, she's not much of a looker, and you're just like, yeah, but she is everything you need right now, and come on, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And he's like, I suppose that's true. Yeah, so I will just say, you watch him go over and speak to Lady Shreve. And then Aranette comes over very shyly, and they talk for a bit. And then Lady Shreve goes, absolutely then, it's a match! Like no, absolutely no coercion. Like, it's just... he explained who he was, said 3 nice things to Aranette, and then, like, essentially, it's over. Like, Lady Shreve was like, very well! Excellent!
Many happy returns. Excellent.
Mhm.
Perfect.
Aranette got herself a husband, who is now becoming a noble. You have, like, fully fulfilled everything you have promised Simonin. So he's pretty cool. It's like, all right. Like, Simon and Shreve. Top of Shreve. But I'm Simonic is the house of... No, fuck Shreve. I'm like,
All right.
yeah. Yeah. He also, like, hugs Aranette, and Aranette is like, physical attention. Like, from some other, like, from male. Gah! Like, not...
Yeah.
Malfunction. Malfunction. Malfunction.
I
Yep.
hope all her babies are beautiful.
I
I
mean,
really
they're
hope
gonna
so.
be big and rough. Let's just be honest.
We'll see. We'll see what kind of what happens there.
Mhm.
But I would say we see a brief glimpse of the dough party of the new moon. It is set completely outside, where Mariella, you suggested, is that your kind of like safe spot. A full like outdoor lantern lit garden party sort of is erupted out there with food and wine and dancing. There's a big bonfire. And there are also many like men playing instruments that are not fully clothed. And there
Shocker.
seems to be a great bit of fun happening there. I will definitely say, like, Constance has like grabbed you, Mariella, to like swing you around and, like, you know, do like a fun dance as the music goes on. It's very high energy. I will say, just touching her hand, I would
Yep.
just basically give it to you, is she's just like kind of just like, let's just have fun. Let's forget about whatever else. Let's just have fun. I hope Mari is having fun.
I would think want to talk to them, but I wouldn't be able to get away. I know I wouldn't be able to get away. I would want to, like, during the swinging bit with Constance, is like figure out if she had made any. It's like her opinions on Graceford, if there had been any movement on there.
Do you ask her of that, or are you just trying to see if she's thinking about that?
I ask.
So she's like, maybe.
It's more. She probably ask. It's like, do you want to pursue that? Is there somebody else? And just like
she kind of shrugs and is like, I mean, I think I think it went okay. Like I think maybe. She seems like she's really unsure, essentially. But she's like, we spoke, and he made me laugh, which he seemed to like. So just kind of shrugs.
Yeah, no, I give a smile and a squeeze of the hand, and like just kind of let it lie at that. So then, like,
Yeah, because she's
it's-
like, listen, I've always been confident with men when I know I only need to get something from them, but this is different, and freaks me out
Mm-hmm.
because I can't just leave afterwards. I have to stay there, and I want that.
Take the first few steps and
Mhm.
see if you like his company, because if it works out, it's company you'll have for a while.
Nods.
But again, this is a night that is supposed to be of merriment, and kind of like leans in. It's like, do you think Ashella's gonna go for a whole bottle again?
They goes, oh, I don't doubt it. All right. So we are going to transition from there as you're like, I don't doubt it, and
We
you see
pan.
just a lot of the women are just sort of like seemingly just like enjoying time away from like any kind of pressure, just outside, just being free, dancing around a big bonfire, right? No one's wearing shoes. No one. But we do cut to Bloodbloom. Henrik, Thorsten, Clarissa. You arrive to the location. You don't know how, and you don't know why, but there's a light coming from inside the canopy.
Y'all see it?
You all see it.
Just want to make sure I'm not going completely mad.
Yep, you all see it. The horses stop 200 feet away from it, from the like tree line. And they just stop.
Let's get to it then. I'll lead Henrik out of the carriage.
All right, Henrik, you got your stuff on, sword at your side, and you guys approach. You approach the from the side that you saw but yeah, the sky above seems lit up from something deep within. There's some bright light. It doesn't shine through the canopy, but it lights up like over the treetops, kind of like seeing a carnival in the distance, sort of, with dark for nothing else around, which is strange, which you should have seen that light a lot sooner, but you didn't. Only when you got this distance did you start to notice it.
Of course.
Do I think it's real?
Do you want to talk to your friends to see if they see it?
Yeah, I will. I'll point it out and say, can anybody remember when they first saw that?
Right before we got out of the carriage.
Lights,
Which is
yeah.
the same time that you all saw it, seemingly.
Let's
We
begin.
should have seen it sooner.
All right. You find the ladder quite easily. The brush has been cleared. It's right there.
No turning back now.
Who goes up the ladder first?
I will.
Oh, I was gonna say I would, but Thorsten.
Thorsten, yeah?
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
think that's the right call.
All right, you begin to climb up the tower. It's a bit slow going, but no check is needed. Does anyone go after him, or do you wait for him to get to the top?
I think we wait.
I think so. Like
Yeah.
the ladder seems stable. It's a little
But-
rickety. I would wait.
Yeah, no, smart. Okay, so yeah, so Thorsten, you just plod merrily along, and as you're getting closer and closer, the air's getting. It's so strange. It's kind of warmish, coldish right now. But as you get closer to the top of the thing, you have a very strange sensation. The sensation on your skin is incredibly warm. You feel like you're getting warmer and warmer, as if you'd be heading into a different kind of climate. However, in your chest, you start feeling a really cold ball begin to open up. That's very similar, that same cold chest feeling from when you had your dream. You get
I
closer and closer to the top.
I push through it. I do my best to ignore it, and
Mhm.
I'm on a mission.
Yep, and you get to the top and you look over the side, and what do you do as you reach the top?
So for the ladder, is when I get to the top, is it going into a ledge or is it a wall that I would have to climb back down the other side?
So it looks like it's going into like it's a landing. It's like the
Okay.
top of this tower.
Um, does the landing with is this the landing that had the light?
No, it seems to be deeper in. You think if you come on the landing, you might be able to see the source of the light because of how high you are.
Does the landing look stable enough to stand on?
It's stone. One part
Okay.
is crumbled away, but like the rest of it is mostly standing.
Okay. Then I will slowly lower myself.
However, I will say it is also covered in vines.
Oh, it is? Okay. Well, then I will bring myself down while still holding onto the vines. That way I can
Mhm.
hold onto them if the floor collapses.
Yep, you get to the top, step forward. You feel the vines kind of crunch a little bit under your feet.
And then I let them know that I'm at the top.
When you crunch on the vines, the sanding at the top, you suddenly realize there's like a sinking motion, as if the vines, like vines should be just feel like kind of rubbery or kind of like thick, kind of like a root when you step on it. But this, you hear a crunch noise, as if it was made of like thin hollowed wax or something. And as your feet crunch down into it, the scent of copper erupts into your nose. As you look down, as you see this thick red sap coming out. Henrik, Clarissa, who's next?
It's probably me.
I would suggest Clarissa, yeah.
Yeah.
I want
Okay.
her to be in between us, honestly.
All right, I will say you saw Thorsten go over the side, but you haven't heard anything from him yet.
Okay. Yeah, I think she would assume that he would have called out.
Yeah, but I will say, Thorsten, I know you said you would have called out, but I just know that they have not heard anything.
Okay.
All right, yeah, let's get going.
Yeah, so you climb up. It is slow going, and it's that sensation. It feels like you're suddenly near the top. It's because your skin feels warm. It's nice, but the feeling in your chest, it's that same feeling when you saw the flower. It's the same thing where you saw that flower everywhere. This dread of, I mean, truly what it is, it's being alone. It's knowing something so horrible and knowing no one can help you because you're the only one that knows. It's that feeling. When you get to the top, do you keep going? Okay, you push forward. As you get to the top, you see Thorsten. He's standing maybe 3 feet away from you on the ledge, and he is like stone still.
Do I notice if has his eye on anything, or is he being held still?
If you kind of look, your awareness is very high. You hear something. His body sort of blocking you, but on the other side of him, you hear like the movement of something.
Okay. Do I look back? Can I see Henrik?
If you look down,
Yeah.
you do.
Okay, I'm gonna try and see if he can see me, but I'll put like a finger up to my lips.
You are like 60 feet up, and I don't think you have any light with you. I know Henrik does. Henrik has like a torch, but unless I'm crazy, no one said anything about a torch. Why did I assume that?
Mental pictures, I guess.
Because other than that,
We
you
all
guys-
have dark vision.
Yeah.
No, not even dark vision, and it is the moonless night, so
Yeah.
you need light.
Yeah. It
So
would be a given at that point.
Yeah, so I assumed you had like a lantern with you.
Mhm.
Who has a lantern on them?
I probably gave it to somebody to climb up, so I'm because of me being.
So I would say
hurt.
Henrik has the
Henrik.
lanterns. Cool. So
Yeah.
you can see Henrik because he has lanterns, but you're pretty sure Henrik would not be able to see you.
Okay.
He'd
I'm gonna-
probably be able to see your figure, like he knows you're
Mhm.
on the ladder, but he wouldn't probably be able to like see a gesture.
Okay. I'm gonna, yeah, I'll go up
Mm-hmm.
to the top to the landing and
Uh-huh.
wait. I'm gonna wait closer than where Thorsten is, though. Like,
Awesome. So as you like get to the top, Thorsten, you hear Clarissa behind you, but you have frozen. You were about to call down, but you've frozen because when you cracked the vines, you suddenly heard something moving and coming. And you, being very intelligent, decided that most predators go off movement, so you decided to stay perfectly still.
Mhm.
And coming up over the side, it took basically by the time Carissa reached you is the same time that this creature reached you. You see what looks like several sturdy vines that have these strange like red crystals coming out of its like legs, which you quickly realize is blood. It's just hardened
Crystallizing.
black blood. Yeah. Crystallized blood. And the thing that is attached, the legs, whatever they are, tentacles, something, attached to the head, it's all plant based. At first looks like just like a clump of moss and like maybe some tangled roots, but as it looked around, you realized it's like an eyeless head made of moss and tangled roots, but the face is decidedly human.
So it probably doesn't see.
It seems to be blind, and it
So
seems to be touching along the vines and coming nearer and nearer to where your feet have cracked. The ledge is still in reach of your arm if you want to try and do something.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach up and pull myself up onto the ledge.
Yeah, just give me a TN6 athletics test.
Oh boy, let's hope I can do this. Oh,
Yep.
I'll take it.
Yep. All right. Because you got 2 degrees of success, it was also silent as you just.
God.
So quickly, Clarissa, you see Thorsten reach over and pull himself up off the ground, sitting onto the ledge, and then you see it. And it comes up and it looks at like the blood coming out of the vines, and it starts just then like vibrating a little bit. You hear just. And then suddenly starts you see just the head kind of reaches like kind of angles down, and you see just blood start coming out of its mouth, and then its legs start like mixing the blood into the vine, repairing it. And then it just goes. So as you see it though, Clarissa, um well, actually you two. No, yeah, because of your thing. You don't have to roll. Normally when you see this thing, you have to roll to not freak the fuck out. But you guys, I think, are the only two that I think don't need to do that.
Yeah.
However, and then you see it just begin to leave.
I think she like goes to make eye contact with Thorsten and does the
I'm still
same.
watching it. Like, yeah, and
Mhm.
I
You
my
can see her
fingers-
out of the corner of your eye.
yeah.
Yeah, you're just watching it leave. Yeah, and you see it leave.
As soon as it's, I think it's out of sounded distance.
Yeah,
from,
you don't hear its legs anymore after a certain
Okay.
time.
I'm gonna say it came out and did that after I stepped down onto the ground.
After you cracked the vine, I will say.
Yeah. After I cracked the vine.
Interesting.
Fucking Clarissa, you're like,
Hard not to. Yeah, I think we'll just both watch on the ledge, wait for Henrik to come up.
all right,
Yeah.
Henrik. Seems like good enough time. They should be at the top.
Guys, everything good? Okay.
Way down there, you hear Henrik.
I'll start climbing up.
Yep. You climb up much faster than everyone else. Clarissa, so you're just like you're both you and Thorsten are just like sat on the ledge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So on either side of you, you see Clarissa and Thorsten sat up on a ledge, and you come to the top, and yeah, you see all these weird vines everywhere, and maybe if you think you get farther onto the top of this tower, you'd be able to see what the light is. But they both are just sitting there quietly, so you're not really sure what's going on.
As soon as Henrik gets to the top, I'm like, sit down on the ledge for a moment.
Sure.
There's a
Okay.
creature.
Yeah, Henrik, what?
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 Like-
Yes, that is
like
the
a squirrel or something?
No. Why? What? No.
No, you said creature. I
Like-
don't know what's up here.
Like, probably some sort of blood magic creature. I think it was summoned when Thorsten broke the vine. But it could be sound also. Just be very, very careful.
I want to test something.
Absolutely.
Does from with the light now being up here, is
Yeah.
the entire place covered in these vines? First of all,
Mostly, yeah.
okay.
It would
Um,
be a feat of incredibly impressive acrobatics and athleticism to be able to not do this. Like, if you were like an acrobat, maybe you could do it, but like, I will say
master.
of you three, no, it's not really possible.
Okay. How big is the area?
Probably like 20 feet across, and then like 15 feet deep.
And then finally, the vine. I'm assuming the vines go further in as well.
Yeah, they go down the kind of crumbled part of the top of the tower.
But do they go in where the creature walked in as well, or do they stop at like the door and then it's open?
No, the creature came up from underneath because there's like a crumbled part. There is like a hole off of the distance that the vines do go down that might be like a ladder down, but there's also just like a chunk of the floor has given way and you can see down into the lower floors of this tower. However,
Okay.
you can't see from this angle.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna turn to the other two. I'm like, we can try and see if we can get a better grasp on this. I can throw something into the vines to break it further away.
Yeah. You also think you kind of came down hard, Thorsten, thinking it's like, oh yeah, this is fine. You think, I mean, you could possibly delicately walk over it.
True.
It would just be a roll.
Mhm.
I'll do that. I'll take that. I'll
The
say
roll
we
would
can-
either be agility, stealth. I would also allow. I could see it. I would allow like an argument for something else if you guys want to try and justify something to me. I'm pretty open at this point. We're in a weird territory.
I convinced
Um,
myself to
Animal
be
handling.
quiet.
Convince myself to be quiet.
Animal.
Um, are there any like loose rocks or anything up here with us?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, you could just grab some rubble. It's not.
Okay.
It's not hard.
Yeah, I'll grab something and hand it to Thorsten. Say I'm gonna drop down and try not to disturb it. If it does, throw this that way in the opposite direction.
Of course.
Okay.
Look at you guys.
I don't know why, but this makes me think of the movie Tremors.
I mean, kind of. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
We're getting a variety of horror comparisons over here in the chat. So
Right. Got some graboids.
Yeah. So Clarissa, sounds like you're going first.
Yeah, I will roll stealth if you'd allow.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see. Hi.
Would you like to spend the destiny point to re-roll that?
So early.
I mean, it's 3 ones.
3 ones. Yeah.
A lot of
All right.
And a
Yeah, let's
2.
do
Like,
it.
that was a bullshit roll.
It's a really bad roll. Yeah, I will
Spell type.
spend
Mhm.
to re-roll. All right. Ah, that's better. That's better.
Hey.
All right. That is 2 degrees of success. So yeah, you make your hair's up, everything's just like any loose things on you, you're just like, okay, nope, all right, here we go. And you what is your outfit right now, Clarissa? Because I know what the boys are wearing, but I have no clue what you're wearing right now.
Yeah, I think she's probably wearing Jaren's clothes. She probably stole them before she left.
Absolutely, yes, you are. Everything's just like tied down to be tighter
Yeah.
and stuff. Like, yeah, absolutely. You're a little adventurer. You absolutely look like an adventurer in like a
We're delving this dungeon.
Hell
Mhm.
yeah.
So Clarissa, you lightly step and you realize, yeah, it's if you just displace your weight, it'll be fine. And you actually quite quickly can just start moving across. You said you wanted to go down. Would you like to try and like use the vines to go down, or would you like to try to go to like the hole where the ladder is?
Mm-hmm. There's a more interesting option here. I
Okay.
get myself in trouble with that frequently. So I think I'm gonna
Do
do.
it.
I'm gonna do the vines.
Okay, so as you turn to go to the vines, you actually now can see down into that complex because you guys came up the tower side. And you see the light. There's just a glow, a soft glow, but that is quite bright. That's sort of like a firelight, but it's not flickering. And you see it's just at the center of this entire place. There seems to be some kind of maze erected around it out of like briar, just like Henrik's vision that you helped pull him out of. It looks nearly exactly like that, and you're like, okay, yep. Like,
Yeah,
and what's your passive awareness again? 24?
that is correct.
Okay, you notice that there's just overgrowth everywhere here, right? Just all over the stone, vines and things. But you see on the floor, you see the Weirlights. And you see some Weirlights that are quite large, that are like kind of seemingly up higher on different, like growing out of different walls. But you realize the larger Weirlights, their petals are moving. Like, sort of like this. And it's so slow. So if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't have noticed. But you think those aren't flowers. You're pretty sure those are the heads of something crouching on the walls. It's being really still. It's a TN 17 to see them, but your passive is 24. So
Yeah.
And there's a couple of them, but none of them have noticed you guys yet. Occasionally you do also see like these large they almost look like, have you ever seen like a raven's hollow, like the nest a raven makes? It literally makes like a huge dome of like different sticks and things, and like you see like what looks like raven nests, but coming in and out of them are those blind spider things. That seems to be where they live.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna if there's any way from where I'm at, because I have a feeling other two might not be as successful in not breaking,
Mhm.
I'm gonna look again for something to potentially throw should I need to be.
You got choose 6. Yeah, you grab it. You grab a chunk like a rock. Like that
Beautiful.
would easily do it.
And I will hunker down to summon the others, specifically Henrik, if I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
No.
gonna
All
let
right.
Henrik
Are
go.
you so you're not going down yet? You want to like bring your friends over first?
We're
Yes.
going together.
All
Going
right,
together.
Henrik. What do you got for me? It's
All right.
agility.
Do not split the party.
We
It's-
never,
it's
especially not
it's
here.
agility or stealth, and then if there's something else you want to try and justify to me, you go for it. We're in weird
Use
territory.
agility. Could I justify quickness?
So the answer is yes, but I will say that could come at a cost of making a noise. So I will say using quickness will nearly guarantee you like just kind of very quickly like do. But I will say if you don't get at least, I would say 2 degrees of success, you will make noise. Not like Mary throwing a bucket down a well noise, but
But
something that gets
Okay.
something's attention.
I
Are we
yeah,
cool with that?
I-
Are we cool with that?
Yes, I am okay with that. I will use
All right, cool.
quickness.
Hit me with it. Oh! Jesus!
That's fucking 3 sixes.
That is
Jesus.
nearly 3 degrees of success. Yeah, so you're like you just kind of like gesture to Henrik, and Henrik just like grows down a little bit, and then just like he's over next to you in a second. He's just like this boy is pure confidence. And then he's just
You
right
just
next
got
to
a
you.
massage.
Yeah,
Oh,
he feels
loose,
limber.
yeah.
He feels loose. He feels limber.
Loose,
Oh,
that really helped.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see your lord do it no problem.
Okay, so I see that. I put down the rock that I'm holding.
Mhm. You can put it in like your pocket. I'll let you just like have a rock on you if you want.
Okay.
That's cool.
And then
Mace's got lots
I'm
of
just gonna
pockets.
roll agility.
Okay, I will say you can justify other things to me.
I'm just trying to think.
Like
Of
I
other
will
things.
say, I mean, like cunning could work. Looking at places, trying to spot the exact place to put them. I would allow
Yeah.
cunning.
You did
Yeah,
just see
cunning
2 people
is-
successfully make it, so you can argue cunning.
Yeah, you know, I will roll.
You could
cunning.
follow their path. Yeah, that's a good
That's
point.
yeah.
I like
Know
that
exactly
better.
how much pressure you can put on a vine before it breaks. You already
Yep.
did
That
it.
too. True,
Yeah,
true,
you
true.
do know how much it takes.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm gonna use my lucky maester.
That makes sense. Oh, you everyone just like fuck. No, I've got it. Like, so Maester, you begin to step and you're like, wait, and then you see Thorsten go like, and then looking up goes, and then place his feet in just like different locations, and then is on the other side of you, Clarissa. He's like, okay. Pretty sure he just did math in his head.
Yeah, I
Math.
will
Math while he was walking.
quietly relay the creature information I now have.
Yep, you point them out to them, and in the dark it's hard, in the light it's hard to see, but yeah, Henrik and Thorsten, she points them out and she like just watch them, and then you're like, oh fuck, that is a thing. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
so Henrik, now that you can kind of see them, I'm going to need you to make a will test,
Okay.
and yes, courage applies.
Oh, finally. we had to use one. Thank you. Okay. Oh.
12.
Oh.
The Tien.
Makes
Uh,
sense. It's terrifying. Yep.
You feel a dread enter your body, quickly realizing that these aren't dreams or nightmares anymore. You are here in a place. You feel the air. You feel the strain on your body. You smell the lotion that was rubbed on you. And you realize that there are actually things that shouldn't exist, things that you knew aren't real. You're not a baby. You stopped believing in those stories, right? You had to be a man.
Yeah.
But you're confronted for the first time that there is true. Before it's like, maybe there's some like weird magic stuff, but that was the extent at which you were willing to believe, not monsters. But there they are. Monsters made of your land and blood. But despite this revelation and fear that completely overtakes you, you swallow yourself and you think to yourself the words you said to yourself after King's Landing, after Ashella, who you're going to be. And this is who you need to be, the person who can do this right now. You swallow it, you focus it. You're still afraid, but you can act. And that's all anyone can ask. Yeah. I will say, Clarissa, you see that go. Henrik, you see his eyes go to true terror. And you worry for a moment that something is about to happen. But then you just see him take a deep breath.
Feel
And
himself.
focus. And you see his eyes become incredibly focused. And it looks like he's here and ready to do stuff.
Yeah, I just squeeze his forearm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to Clarissa and I'm gonna imitate like me holding a rock without me holding anything, acting like I'm throwing it far away, and like thumbs up, thumbs down, just for an idea.
And then dash to the briars.
Through them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't make it, but you two might.
I will say it would be to dash. You would have to basically like climb and jump down several destroyed layers of tower.
Oh, is it okay? Well,
You're on top of a tower right now. That the safe way down is like the little ladders built into it, but those are like basically on the opposite sides of each other, so there'd be a lot of walking on vines. Or you could try to go the quicker way, which is sliding down the vines onto the edges. But there's a chance of breaking vines, but it will be much faster. But could cause noise and other things.
yeah.
I could try the vine route, and then first off see what's down there, and then if I need to, like, do the rock thing so you guys have a better chance to get down.
Okay.
Your own way.
I mean, this is
I
I think the best option for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll slide down.
All right. So to slide down is going to either be an agility test or an athletics test. Again, I'm willing for people to justify things to me, but those are going to be the two things here.
I'd be able to use quickness again if I used
Yes.
agility? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, like similar problem.
Do it.
Athletics,
Send
because
it.
that's a 4, so I'm gonna try that. So.
Athletics,
Yeah.
okay. $13. Are you good with 13?
Um,
13 is pretty good.
Can't
It was
re-roll.
Friday the 13th.
It is. Can't re-roll ones for athletics, can I?
No,
I don't think-
you don't
okay.
have that ability, no.
I'm gonna keep that.
You're gonna keep it? You pass. You slide down. I will say
Looks
Henrik has now
stressed.
revealed that the TN for sliding down the vines is 12. Creeping across the vines is 9. So it is easier, but there is more to do essentially. So it's not like one is necessarily the better option.
Yeah.
However, you didn't use quickness, so you're good. So Henrik, you sort of just like with all your strength, lower yourself down just on the metal part, grab a vine as gently but as tautly. You grab it and then slightly begin to pull to feel its tensile strength, and feels like, okay, I could probably slide down this a bit. You then very carefully kind of handhold yourself down a little bit, starting to stop yourself, trying not to break anything, and lower yourself very slowly down. And you are down on the second floor. As you get to the second floor, to your left in the darkness, in the deep part of this like still castle part, you kind of just hear this
Get it?
you look.
Yeah.
Yeah, your light's on your hip, so if you kind of hold it up, there is yeah, at the back of this wall there is one of those large Weirlights. And they're sort of looking. It's looking sort of in your direction, but not really. What do you do?
I think I also don't move. I'm
Okay.
gonna keep the light where it is because I want to look at it and see if it notices me and where it's, and if not, where's
It doesn't
looking at.
seem to be reacting to the light at all.
Okay.
You've remained perfectly still. So in order to not be seen by the Weir blooms, I'm going to need you to make a test for me. You can
Okay.
either make a will test or an endurance test. Courage would apply here.
I'm gonna use the will test then. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Sure.
13. Are you good with 13?
Yes.
Yes, okay. You succeed. You keep calm. You keep yourself calm. And suddenly there's like a small crumble far to your left. And some like rocks drop a little bit. And the Weir bloom doesn't react to it at all. The sound, the dropping, nothing.
Did it crush vines?
No, it didn't seem to. But you don't think this thing like is affected by sound or movement necessarily. You didn't get high enough to figure it out, but you have some hints. However, you can like look up, and because it's not affected by sound, you think you can talk and you think you'll be okay. Not loudly, but you look up and your allies are like looking right at you.
In my normal, like, another one's down here. Careful and slow, and don't crush the vines. We can make it. It can't see us or hear us. Fine.
Yeah, I'll look to Thorsten. Which
Do you
one
want
of
me
us
to go
next?
first, or do you want to go first?
I don't want you to get stuck up here if I can't make this.
Okay, then I will go. And then I would like to know, to justify, can I roll willpower using dedication, because I am dedicated to ending this frickin' curse?
For going down the vine?
Yes.
Okay. For going down the vine, I'm gonna say no on that
Okay.
one. However, hold on to that idea for probably the next moment. Okay.
That's what I figured. Okay,
But that's
then
I will say that justification I will allow for several other things during this event.
Mhm.
But this specific one is like the only one I'm gonna probably say no on.
Now, before I continue, can I roll
Yes.
knowledge, magic focus for
Mm.
that to see if I can recall anything from the books or anything of that sort, or anything that I've read
Yeah.
the last 2 years?
Absolutely. From the horrifying shit you're seeing right now, absolutely.
Knowledge, eldritch abomination.
So
A
this, you
specialty
would say
you
this
have.
considers magic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it is
I'm very
reset.
excited to see something disgusting. There it is.
Thank
Plus
God.
4,
All right.
31.
31. Yeah. You recall they were completely separate. But like one of the things that said blood magic can do, which you were interested in, is blood can give like life to dead plants. Like they can use that magic to like regrow crops. You can also
Mhm.
use it to corrupt crops.
Mhm.
But or poison them, honestly, make a disease, like a blood disease. But a thing it can do is restore life to plants. However, you then remember another thing where life's blood, when truly sacrificed and given, can um, essentially could grant power to like loyal servants, and you know your thing to enhance, like you did something to enhance Henrik temporarily, right? Like whatever that
Mhm.
was, which is gone now, which you're like, interesting. Um, and you realize if you combine that magic with the ritual for plants, maybe someone who's really knowledgeable and has a lot of sacrificed powerful blood could actually do this. You're like, no, this is possible. You're looking around now and you're like, yeah, no, this is, you realize this is not nature wild. There is a design here.
Mhm.
There is a thought here. Someone made this. Well, actually, at this point, you're probably like, okay, I don't know if it was a person, but
Yeah, something made this.
something made this, right?
Being.
This
entity
isn't just
made this.
random wild growth. There is a pattern, and it is expressing from the center where that light is. It's all coming from there, and it is purposely placed, not random.
Okay. Do I recognize the pattern?
Like, do you see? Like, I would say
Do I
it's
see the pattern?
I would say yeah. I would say yeah. I would say you see the pattern because that is a disgusting roll. I can't literally justify not giving that to you.
Okay. Now, with me making,
It was literally 3 degrees of success. Yeah. So
That's my boy.
only thing I'm good for right now.
Dude, same.
That was with me rolling with 1 less die too.
phew.
With me rolling for cunning because I saw Henrik do this. Would I, because of me seeing the pattern and everything, would I be able to lower my TN?
This is a good justification. I would say yes. You've put in the
Okay.
time, you put in the effort. This is all stuff we know in game you've read about. So I'm going to say yes. I will say I
Okay.
will lower your TN by 1 degree. So if you go down the vines, this will be a TN 9 instead of a TN 12.
Okay. Here I go.
You do it.
I'm so glad I did that.
Yep. You just like, okay, I think this will place here, and then we just go, and you land and you look up, and yeah, you immediately just hear the and just the very slow moving, just
Mhm.
over in your direction as it sees you. You can either make an endurance test or a will test. I will say
I'm gonna
dedi-
go with
de- dedication can apply here.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I get a +4 to my will rolls.
Ooh. You fancy bitch
11.
you. 11. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I have to be. I got to save.
Okay. You fail.
Figured.
It was TN 12. As you see it, you can't help. You feel your heart rate increase, your blood begin to pumping, your fear begin to come through, and suddenly the flowers that are slow moving going and like stretching out is this weird pale face, a face that Clarissa is very familiar with. And suddenly what looks like just a flower on a ledge, the ledge starts to and since become something vaguely humanoid. Has anyone ever seen a sun bear walk?
Yes. There's one
Yes,
of
it's
those.
cursed.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
are cursed animals.
it walks like a sun bear.
Mm.
Just looks like a man in a bear suit. Just like,
Okay, then.
begins to creep forward slightly and slowly. Henrik and what are you two doing? I'll also say, Clarissa, what are you doing? You see Henrik. You suddenly see Thorsten Loken just look very wide. Henrik, Clarissa, Thorsten, what are you guys doing? This thing is
I-
approaching you.
I am going to immediately throw the rock at some of the vines next to it.
Okay. You don't have to roll.
To
You
break
throw.
the vines.
You throw. It breaks the vines. The blood splatters. The creature does not react at all. However, in the distance, you now hear as you hear tons of just. This sounds like more than one now is coming, as this was quite a big splat. But this creature seems to not react to the blood vines breaking, and is just
Of
focused
course.
completely on you, Thorsten.
Of course.
Oh my god.
So, Henrik, Clarissa, what do you do? You see Thorsten throw something. You're like right over him, right? You see him quite clearly.
Yeah.
What's going on? And Henrik, you're right there. What do you want to do?
And how close is the thing to us again?
It's getting closer. It's a few, like, we're kind of playing it fast and loose here, but it's not close enough for you to like touch it or anything. But it is getting closer, just slowly and strangely. Specifically, only focused on Thorsten. What would you like to do?
If they're being focused on me, you can just lure it here and try to hit it or something.
I'm
I
pretty
could
sure
try, yeah.
it can't perceive you right now.
I'm gonna try to, because Thorsten seems still pretty shook.
Yeah.
Grab onto Thorsten's arm
Mm-hmm.
and try to keep pulling him away and see if it.
Question.
it's
Weird
following.
random question. Do you want to like cover Thorsten?
I'll walk in front of him and be like,
Yeah.
but like keep pushing him, yeah.
Yeah. So if you walk in front of Thorsten and just stay still, the thing stops suddenly and is like, and just starts looking around as if it can't find you anymore. You're lucky you got taller.
Ooh, really glad.
But yeah, so now Henrik is like directly like in front of you, touching you, Thorsten, and you looking over the shoulder a little bit, and it looks like the creature's blind again, like it can't see it. But it's now going kind of nearish where you guys were, and Clarissa, you see it now, the top of its head, right near them. Would you guys like to try and like rotate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to need either a stealth or agility test from both of you.
Agility.
Okay. Okay. I would say quickness applies here, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
Both of you succeed. You both you're just watching this, Clarissa, as just like it begins to walk to the right of you and looking around, and you realize like, oh, you have to kind of like it can't see Henrik for some reason, but it saw Thorsten, and you see its body and head lanking completely out over everything, and just and then it looks like it turns directly towards them, but then keeps turning and going back to where its position was. So you saw that, Clarissa, just from above.
I'm gonna I will fuck. Okay. I will tell Henrik be prepared to shield me as well. I have a feeling this won't go so well. Okay. Having watched all of that, is it settled or is it still searching?
You could ask them.
Okay, I will ask.
Yeah, it looks like it's settling.
It's settling.
No, calm down.
Okay, yeah. I would also like to go the cunning route and would like to ask if I could use memory.
Yes, I would say that would apply here because you saw Thorsten do the exact same thing. So
Right.
and Thorsten's much heavier than you, so you can just follow that same path and you would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense.
All right. 19.
Well, that's phenomenal. So yeah, that's literally, yeah, absolutely, just come down like no problem. However, as it's settled, I am going to need you to make either an endurance or a will test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I thought. I will roll straight will.
Okay. You succeed. It seems to, while Henrik is in front of Thorsten and you see it, the fear, but you control yourself and you breathe. And I think with a 19 cunning, seeing yourself as you're like, no, it's fine. It's fine. You think, Clarissa, with all the data you've now gathered, that thing sees heartbeat and blood flow.
Ooh.
So the faster your heart beats, the more it can see you.
Okay.
Huh. Okay.
But it seems to not register a calm heartbeat.
Very cool. All right. I will relay.
Yep.
Okay. Where do we need to get now? I'm assuming to the
Down
light.
further.
Yeah.
You're now on the third of four floors of this tower. So you gotta get down to the second, and you gotta get down to the first.
Okay. Yeah. I rinse repeat. I think that's a good order.
Yeah.
All right, so
I'll go first, yeah.
all right, Henrik first. Give me your best. Oh, Thorsten, do you share the pattern with everyone?
Yes. Oh, of course.
All right, Clarissa, you find out there's an intelligent design to this entire place, and Thorsten points it out to you. And now you see it. There's a pattern.
Oh.
It's insane, but it works.
Okay.
So the TN is lowered for everyone. Yay! All right, let me see it. Henrik.
Okay, I will do athletics again.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, you crush it. Yeah, it's old hat at this point. So you land first. And as you land, suddenly you once again hear movement, but it's not the same noise. Now you just hear hello? Hey. Hello? Is someone there? Hey. Hello? Thought I saw movement. Hey. Hello? Please answer. I need help. Hello? Hey. Is someone there? I need help. What are you doing, Henrik?
I know what you're fucking trying to do. I don't say anything, but I am gonna try to look to where the sound is.
Yeah, so you hold the light, and yeah, you see what looks like just a guy, right, a man, except as the light kind of comes on him, and you just you said you're staying dead still. Cool. I'm just gonna need a will test from you, or an endurance test, or stealth. Courage absolutely applies. Listen. I said when you were building your thing, and you're like, "Would courage help?" I said really reticently, "Yes, absolutely, it would help." 12. You crush it. You stay dead still as the light shines, and there's a guy and just walks forward very like normally, but kind of quick. And just goes, "I need help. Is someone here? This place scares me." And as you're coming on, you see as it gets a little closer, you see it's a human. It's a person, right? They're in clothes. They look kind of old, but their skin is completely wrong. It's like blanched and smooth, almost like you ever seen an old tree when you strip away old bark and it's just this smooth. It's like that. And you see they don't have eyes. Where their eyes are, there are Weirlights, and in their mouth, uh, the jaw is just completely distended, and there is like a Weirlight seed pod coming out, and it's just open, and the jaw is like slightly flapping, but it's just you see the sound is coming out of the seed pod that looks like it's attached and vine into the person's throat, and it's just going, "Hello? Is someone there?" But as it's saying that, you seeing its hands are growing what look like curved, like scythe blades made of like cut wood and briar. "Hello?" And just very quickly and inhumanly moves back into a corner. Thought I might have gotten you on that one, but
I knew what you were thinking. I knew it. Yeah, fuck.
Okay.
Because they don't know that yet. I don't know. I have to signal for them or anything. Can I?
you look, they're right above you, right? They're like you
Okay.
can see them very clearly.
I will just like do like we're there and just like but motion for them to come down. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm gonna hop on down.
Okay. Do you? So you said you tell them to like, you're pretty sure it's sound, and also like you think it's movement. I would say you're pretty sure with that 18 that you think movement attracts its attention. So what would you like to roll to get down, Thorson?
I'm gonna do cunning.
Okay. You saw Henrik get down. That makes
Mhm.
sense.
Okay, I am spending a destiny
Okay.
to re-roll that. Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, a whole step up. It's
Yeah.
very good.
All right. So all right, so yeah, 12. Yeah, so I will say, remember the TN to get down is 9. You do know that.
Oh, okay. I thought
I'll
it was...
I'll let you take it back, because remember
Okay.
you made we found out the TN was getting 12, but you found the pattern, so it's 9 now.
Okay.
So I will say you do know that, so I'll let you keep that
Okay.
that point.
Back
So yeah,
up.
you come down, you're fine. And you hear it, because you guys above definitely heard it, and I'm sure Clarissa that you actually going like,
None of that.
Yeah, and you just hear, hello? Is someone there? I'm scared. Someone help me?
Was it a different voice
Please.
sounding from before?
It is. It sounds like a woman. Help me.
Your charms don't work on me.
Mhm. I think my leg's injured. Please get me out of here.
Just ignore it.
Hello? 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 Uh yeah, so I would like you to make me either a stealth test or a will test to
Dedication work.
yes, I would say dedication works in this situation.
+4. So,
Plus 4, 10,
10.
you do it.
Okay.
It's not a high 10. Um so yeah, you just stay perfectly still and only make very tiny and slow adjustments. And yeah, in the light, yeah, you see this thing. You didn't see it before, but yeah, it's that smooth skin and you just see these long barbed like scythe like hands. And its head's just moving back and forth, just like, "Hello? Hello? Hello?"
Like a very badly dubbed movie.
Yeah, very much so. Like and then after a few moments just goes and just like inhumanly just like crawls back. Clarissa.
I look at
Uh-huh.
Clarissa and I wave her down, just
Mm-hmm.
let
Just
her
like
know it's good.
Oh. Okay. This is purely cosmetic, I think,
yeah.
because it would be the
Okay.
same roll either way. But is there a way that I could roll stealth using my memory die? It's still 4 dice, but it would just generally be,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know what? Yeah, I think that I like that. No,
I do too.
I like that. That's good stuff.
Okay. All right.
16. Because you use stealth, when you come down, there's no reaction. You seem to have moved quiet enough. However, you now know you have to get down to the final floor while this thing is looking for movement.
Yeah. I rinse repeat. Let's get it.
Mhm.
All right, Henrik, your go, my man.
All right, here we go. If I want to use agility instead. If use agility,
Mhm.
it would. It's not the same as if I were using stealth of like.
No, I would say your step would be lighter, but again, like there seems to be 3 different monsters, right? One shows up if you crunch a vine. One shows up if your heart rate accelerates, and one sees movement. Right?
So far.
So
think I could get past-
agility would essentially with athletics, you need to get at least a second degree of success to not crunch the vines every time you go down, which you've been doing every time. But with agility, if you just passed normally, you would guarantee to not crunch vines, but it would mean kind of more quicker movement. So again, it's a fucking crapshoot at this time of what monster you're gonna get.
Mm.
Essentially, just pick what you think you'll be best at and go from there.
I'll try athletics.
Okay. Are you good with that? Because it's quite poopy.
It is quite bad. I'll use a destiny point.
Okie dokie.
Bad.
11. So we know the TN is 9. However, using athletics, you slide down, and as you hit the ground, you hear a and you look down. You're finally on the ground, but you see you broke a vine. And really close to you, you hear and just scurrying. What are you gonna do? Because so you've been told that thing's gonna go right where that crack is.
I throw my diversion rock.
You throw a
Yeah.
diversion rock?
Yes.
All right, where do you throw your diversion rock? Do you throw it to your left, deeper into the tower, or to your right, which is into the maze where you need to go?
We're in the tower.
Into the tower. Cool. You pick out your emergency rock and go, yeah! And it
Emergency rock.
crashes. And you now hear a ton of other those noises just and just however, the one that was going for you diverts and goes directly for that area. And you see some of them begin to go over to where the thing is. Others, however, suddenly feel around, and one of them touches the rock, and suddenly 3 of them, like their little legs, wrap around the rock and rip it into the air, and it just starts being pulled apart and just like crushed to dust. While that's happening, you're okay for the moment. What do you do?
I would like to start moving quietly toward the maze.
So that would be a stealth or agility test.
Jesus Christ. Sorry. My music just like got really intense. Terrible timing. Okay.
Okay, you do it. You
I'll
quickly
keep
get the
that.
hell away from that area and move. All right, Thorsten.
Yep.
Clarissa.
Cunning.
I will say though.
Can I hold? Yeah, can I
Hold
grab
on.
Thorsten before he goes?
Yeah, I will say when Henrik moved down with athletics, while he was dealing with that, you guys heard behind you. It sounds like an injured dog.
Fucking bastards.
God damn it.
Okay.
It's just a
Behind us?
terrible pained wince.
Man. Can we watch and see when that vine gets repaired?
Mm-hmm. However, I am going to need another test from you guys to keep still.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Dedication. Ugh. 9.
Well, you have a +4, which is 9, which
Yeah.
is the TN. So you do it. You
Claire's
both
just like,
do it
I got this.
barely. You're just like, okay, yeah, just not moving, which you've done all the time when you're being secret. And Thorsten, you barely like keep yourself contained, watching your nephew in imminent mortal danger. But yeah, you wait, and then if you want to wait for that one to get repaired, yeah, after a few minutes, one comes over to there and goes and just begins to slowly repair it. Henrik, you see, is waiting by the entrance to what looks like the maze, which Thorsten has already read the pattern of, so don't get to do the fun get lost in the maze things because you thought ahead. Good for you guys.
So I'm going to use my cunning decipher to go down.
Decipher.
Sorry, cunning. That's what I meant.
Yeah, cunning. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I
you
just-
can wait till it's repaired and then it goes off.
Mhm.
Would you like to try and go down at the same time to avoid the movement thing?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that might
Sure.
be good.
Bailey, sure.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so we're going
on my
both at the
fucking
same
life.
time. Still the same roll.
It is the same roll. Okay.
Yeah, that's 9. I'm good.
Mm-hmm. You are both good. You both just come down. Cunning and stealth is delicate enough that you don't crack any vines as you hit the ground. You turn, and now you just have to get across a massive amount of vines to get into the maze, the briar maze.
Let's go.
I'm going to use cunning again because I saw Henrik do it.
Yes, you did see Henrik do it, so you can use cunning.
I will take it.
Yep, it's good enough. Crush it. Both like you guys just spinning, and you are all three at the entrance to the Briar Maze. You guys made it past the tower. So I'm just going to tell you something right now. If you guys had not decided to scout out the place and find a different entrance, and if you went through the main entrance, it would have been really bad.
Oh no.
You guys would have been fucking swarmed.
Oh god.
But y'all chose a stealthier entrance, which was a good idea. Yeah, you enter the maze. Thorsten, you already know the answer to the maze. You know how to solve it. There is no roll required. However, there are weird blooms on the walls here. So what I'm going to need from everyone to not gain their attention is 3 rolls.
Of
Either will or endurance.
okay, I'm gonna. be
3,
rolling
do you mean you want
dedication.
3 from each of us?
3 from each of you.
I'll go first. +4 to all my rolls. I'm spending my last destiny, or my was that my last destiny? Yeah, I did. My last destiny.
Or
Yeah, but I
yeah.
rolled a 5 up top, and I had 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm re-rolling.
Well,
that
no,
one.
you didn't. No, the 5 didn't. You didn't re-roll the 5. That was because it was a +4.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're right,
but because that
plus
was a
4.
+4,
Okay.
and then
You
the
still
previous
got
one where
one.
you had rolled a 9, you're like, oh, I'm re-rolling. It's like, no,
Okay.
no. You,
Right,
you
yeah,
knew
so,
what the
well,
TN
then
was.
No,
12
that's
is very much a success.
So I'm gonna re-roll my second roll.
Okay,
That's a 9.
So that's a 9.
that's a 9. Okay,
Okay, and then my third roll. So
That's over a 9. Yeah.
Alright, then
Okay. Okay. Henrik, please.
go next. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. And
least it's consistent.
Clarissa.
Mhm. Yeah, in preparation, I will have situated myself in between the two of them.
Fair enough.
1, 2, 3.
Are you good with the 8?
No, I'm not good with the 8. I'm gonna. I don't want to re-roll it even. Can I spend it to just
You
add
can spend
1?
it to add 1.
Yes, you can.
Beautiful.
Yep, you can just add 1. So 9. You all succeed.
Oh.
Thorsten leads you through the maze. You all have to keep just your heart rate at an even pressure. Most of the vines on the ground are fairly like spread out, so it's a much easier to like step normally here. It's not as difficult. They seem to sort of flow over you. In fact, seemingly an ability that you can't climb the maze without disturbing the vines. However, you know the pattern. So to do it efficiently, I just need a cunning memory test from you, Thorsten, to just call up the pattern. It's not going to be that difficult.
Decipher work.
No, because you're remembering what you've already figured out.
Okay, I figured I don't have
No,
memory.
oh
yet,
yeah,
so-
always ask. Always ask.
So cunning.
13. Are you good with that?
Mhm.
All right. Yep, that is a success. You guide everyone while all of you keep your heart rates calm, and you make it to the center of the maze, where that beautiful light is. And you realize that light is coming from like bioluminescent, like lichen or some kind of plant
Moss.
matter. And there is this, it's rather large, and there's this opening in the center that's sort of like kind of like a slit, kind of.
It opens up to the sky.
No, it's like an opening in this like orb of like bioluminescent like lichen.
Okay. I'm going to roll a knowledge research.
Yeah, can I roll
Or
notice
not research,
alongside that?
Absolutely.
I'm going to do knowledge education roll just to see if well, actually, I don't know. Would that be because it's through magic?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I am get to you in a sec.
A
What is
plus
that?
4.
Do you add 2d6?
I get to re-roll 3 once, and there were 2 in there.
Oh
And then
my
I
god.
get
Holy
add
crap.
plus 4.
Okay, you fucking all right.
Monsters.
This is what we're made for.
I mean, you don't your result doesn't change, but like it's still 30, 25, but yeah, 26 plus yeah, okay, yeah, that's 30. So what do you want to know about this thing, Thorson?
Just to see if I remember reading anything about a bioluminescent moss lichen.
I mean, this looks like bioluminescent moss. Like it's just what it's like a dome of it, but you never see it built in this pattern. It's like as if it grew into this shape, which is very not natural shape.
Okay. What about with using that same roll for anything from any of the magic that I've read about with?
Yeah, you would say that this was probably accomplished with the magic we talked about earlier.
Okay. So I'm gonna. So this
Now,
is
Clarissa, you notice there is absolutely like there's something inside there, and there's just an opening that you can just walk through. But it's like maybe like a room or something, and there is something in there.
Something moving or just something in general?
You hear something in there.
Okay.
You hear like a humming. And the cadence is very familiar to all three of you, actually.
Can I roll cunning to see what it sounds like?
I would say you'd have to get closer.
Get
I'll get
closer.
closer.
All right, yeah, Henrik, you get closer and you begin to hear the
As will
humming.
I.
Yeah, it sounds like a nursery rhyme that you were taught as a kid. Like the cadence. There's no words though, it's just humming. And you two know what the nursery rhyme is.
Mhm.
Is it the one that was
Yeah.
mentioned in the book?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Reese Redgate.
Yep, Reese Redgaze.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have to move in.
We're trying to remember the rhyme or the nursery rhyme. Could I use that to either in some way, shape, or form to know if there's any correlation with going through this and
Not really, though. Yeah, I would say there's not really that you can think of. Like
Okay.
this exact area, like no, not really.
Okay. Well then I guess we push through.
Also, did you say broom?
Hmm?
You said there was something in there. There was like
A room, excuse me.
room.
Oh,
It's like a room.
I think
Okay.
we moved
Not
to.
a room. There's not someone asleep.
There's like turns into Fantasia. There's a mops
Yeah.
just fly by. Yeah.
All right.
This isn't Disney Plus.
Damn it.
So do you guys go in?
I will.
Yeah.
I'll move toward the room. Yeah.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, you all push inside, and you see this. It's like you realize it's like the inside of a closed flower. It's beautiful and elegant, and definitely one of our more expensive sets. And uh,
Be okay.
the
Top notch for
the
that one.
walls are the light themselves, and there are these small little balls of light floating around like fireflies, but attached to no bugs or bodies. And it growing out of the center would be like the proboscis of the flower, like this the yeah. However, growing out of that isn't that, it is a person. Or people. Person, people. Hard to tell. this
What are
vine is growing up around their lower bodies, just in the ground, essentially. And there's these strange like vines, that same blood-soaked crystalline vines, but they stop just around the entire very handsome or beautiful human face.
does
Uh,
that human face look familiar in any way?
Is it Briar? Sorry.
no.
Sorry.
However, it
Okay.
the features are sort of similar. The eyes are very large, very human, pure red, with strangely shaped, misshapen pupils. Um, and as you come in, it looks like he was up looking at something, and then its body turns back to look at all of you.
Does it look
And
like it notices us immediately? Like it sees
yeah,
us?
it notices you immediately the second you step in, and it turns, and you hear a voice that sounds like many voices, um, both feminine and masculine. Just go, you came. You came. You three were finally ready. I think you were ready so long ago. But you came. It looks then directly at you, Thorsten. I
Mhm.
go, it's been so long since we played. And when it said played, its voice suddenly sounds like that childlike voice that called to you on the other side of the door. I
Does it
missed
bring?
you.
Is it like when I was a kid?
Yeah.
What did we used to play?
It like smiles, hide and seek. Though I told you where to hide. Those bad men, they were going to hurt you. But I'm
Does
a
any of
very good seeker.
and this is all from when I was a kid. I'm assuming my
Yeah.
own PTSD from
Yeah.
quote unquote the Danets.
Quote unquote the Danets, yeah.
What else did we used to do?
You used to yell at me. Just trying to help. And then just looks directly over, kind of casts your gaze onto you, Clarissa. Just smiles at you and like leans down. It's super tall, I will say. Like its body stretches very high. And leans down inhumanly, eyes wide and staring at you, looking you over, going, like, you've come here so often. I've touched you so much. Like, but never held. But you came. So often I try and stem your filthy blood's tide. But you aren't deaf. You heard me. You saw me. And we can set this right. And then turns to look directly at you, Henrik, and goes, my son.
Not your son.
My beautiful, powerful son. My brother. My nephew. My child. Just staring directly at you. I would be sad for sister and daughter is not here, but she will feel it. Do not worry. We can set this right. We can complete it. The moon is right. You all know it.
As this creature is talking,
Yeah.
I would like to recall everything that needs to be done to
Mm-hmm.
kind of start
Yeah.
breaking this,
Mm-hmm.
just to kind of be a little more ready. That way it can be done on the fly if need be.
Yeah. If you want to start like getting the supplies out and like mixing stuff while it's just talking, yeah, you can absolutely do that. We'll make a roll in a sec.
Okay.
But like look to the sky after it said that, and just looks at and he goes, "You have the sword. Why do you have the sword? You don't need the sword."
The one hurting my family, I think I do. But I think you know why.
Your family, and it just stretches directly in front of you. Goes, my family, our family. You don't even know my name, do you? And then like its terrifying strange hands comes up and just touch your cheeks, and it feels like there's oil on them, like just a slick of something disgusting, something so wrong. But as you stare at its face, you come to a horrifying realization that the face looks so much like so many members of your family. And the eyes were the same color that Mariella's were just last night.
Red.
Red. The same shade. And you realize the misshapen eyes aren't, a pupil isn't misshapen, it's in the shape of a blooming flower. Our family. We made a promise. We need to uphold that promise. I was given to uphold that promise. If we do not uphold the promise, then why was I given? You don't know. You have the sword, but you don't know. It just kind of stretches back. Like, blood must be paid. Prices must be paid. The bloodline must continue, but the price must be paid. I don't, like, if you're not here, and then suddenly like kind of looks over at you. Thorsten, could you make me a stealth check to like to be like do just begin to
Don't mind me here.
Under agility or
this is stealth.
but what is it under? Because I don't have stealth as a.
No, it's a skill.
Oh no, stealth.
Stealth is a skill, my man.
Don't be
thing.
suspicious. Don't be
It's
suspicious.
It's all the way down.
Don't be suspicious.
So thank you. So
It should be above thievery.
12 is the highest I can get.
That yeah, no, you're fine. Like you can make this with just 2. I will tell you. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Mm, I'm gonna reroll with my last. Spend my last destiny.
Okay.
That was only 1d6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so here's the thing: you could spend it to just increase it by 1 to 6, which is a TN.
I could do that. I'm only rolling 1 die, so actually, yeah, because I'm wounded, I forgot.
You're wounded. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Fuck.
5. What I should.
Fuck.
Yeah, I would have done that instead. Because I totally
I'm
forgot
letting
about
I'll let you. I'll let you. This is a
Okay.
weird situation. I'm letting you. So 6.
that. Mhm.
Yeah, you're doing something very small. The TN was 6. You're good, man. You mix, begin to try and set up the ritual. The lights start to like come near you, Thorsten, and swirl around and look at like seem like almost inspecting what you're doing, and then like swirl around you almost like it's excited. The weird lights that are floating around this room. They're very tiny, they're like that big. It then turns, but like it goes, you do you know the blood carries so much hate and knowledge. You have to know, looking directly at you, Clarissa. Do you know my name?
I could take many guesses, but I don't think any of them would appease you.
I hoped you would know. Just kind of shrieks back, goes, there were others before, withered old rotten. But I was given to save my family, and looks directly at you, Henrik. So more must be given. Otherwise, there, why was I given? And it just kind of rears back, looks down, sees what you're doing, Thorsten, but seems to not acknowledge it for the moment, and just stare at you and be like, do you know my name?
I'm taking a guess. I have no idea what its name is, even if I tried to
Mm-hmm.
recall. Unless it was like maybe a name was in the book.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my only guess.
Mm-hmm.
One
It knows
second.
Reese, we know that much.
Looking through my notes real quick just to see.
Right.
No, it's not in there.
Yeah, I will say you guys never really found the name of this, of what this would be. You guys kind of went more down the blood magic path than the family tree path.
Mm-hmm.
Both paths are great. Blood magic definitely made you more prepared for this situation. I would say.
I would agree.
just a little bit.
Mm.
I'm gonna say to the creature that no, I don't know your name. I wish I did, but I don't.
And you see it just starts to rip its head open. As you see its bark and skin rip off. Its human-like face rips in half. And as it comes down, the roots are sort of broken and now stand out more spiked. Its face is now just pure blood that is just, you can tell that it's just moving and raining down, but not leaking out of its face. However, the eyes still remain. And a mouth made of blood forms. And you see that it's like red eyes turn backwards, and now it's just pure black marbles. And it looks and goes, will you do the right thing? You don't want. You come here because you need to appease and empower. Lest the land and family die, one must be sacrificed. But so sadly often it is too, when it is ignored. And it's just staring at both of you, eyes like cocked strangely.
Which two? Me and Clarissa, me and Henry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Clarissa and Henrik.
Mm.
And goes, if you love her, save her. Don't be foolish. I didn't know you had the sword, but do not be foolish. There always must be a sacrifice, lest the land. So, what are you guys doing? This thing is just being real crazy.
Yeah.
I am
gonna-
letting it monologue.
It is doing that, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
letting it
watch
go.
Thorsten. Watch his progress.
Any of this, like, I know I know the least out of everyone, including Weird Flower Baby in the room.
Yeah.
But does any of what it's saying about the curse of our house, about what Clarissa and Thorsten told me these past few weeks, about stuff that I've just heard and learned on my own, does this like mean anything to me? Like, is it actually like starting to like come together? Like, especially about the curse and about the sword. Like, what is it trying to warn me about?
Yeah, why don't you? Okay, so you can either make me a cunning memory test or an awareness empathy test.
Ooh, that's a good roll.
Do you have empathy now? Thank you, everyone.
Clarissa, you can make this roll too if you feel you need to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
10, okay.
absolutely.
24. 24. So, Henrik, you believe that this creature, the sword, you're pretty sure it's the one in the, it's like, you realize, oh, my cool Valyrian sword, but then you're like, it's not looking at that sword when it
Oh.
says your sword. It's looking at your right hand. And you remember what happened to that hand. You still have the scars from when you wielded the sword in your dream. And you remember Thorsten and Clarissa mentioning something about a dream blade. And you think he was just upset. This thing is upset that you have that and is like telling you you shouldn't use it. However, Clarissa, you get all that, but you're like, oh no, this thing is terrified right now. It is scared of the sword. It is scared of Henrik, and you know it is trying right now to manipulate him. It is trying to guilt him. It is trying to appeal to him in some way, to get him to do maybe the opposite of what you guys came here to do. You guys came here to staunch the curse. This thing seems like, no, you should empower the curse. You're like, this thing wants you guys to sacrifice something to it in order to, it'll save Michelle and all that, but you know the curse will just get stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think reading that and reading that Thorsten has a ways. I don't know where he is in the progress.
Thorsten, I'll make him he'll make a roll, but it's gonna be real good.
Knowing Thorsten.
Knowing Thorsten. He's setting up the ritual space where he just will need to eventually just begin chanting. Once he's set up fully, he just needs to start chanting, and that will essentially prime the area. It's supposed to prime the area for whatever needs to happen next. It's not the thing that will kill it. It's just the thing that will
It's like
set
a stasis
everything up.
to bring everything together.
Exactly. And I mean, at this point, you know, you just said you needed the dream blade, but like, why? And you're like, oh, you're pretty sure you know why now. You are fairly certain all with that, Clarissa, that Henrik needs to somehow get the dream blade out here, the blade in his dreams, and while the ritual is going on, pretty sure you're not totally sure. Like, you're like, I would say 60% sure he's supposed to kill it with the sword. You know, 20% maybe do some kind of strange ritual or sacrifice with it, or another 20% he has to kill himself with it. But overwhelming in your mind is like probably stab it.
probably
toss
it.
up, but
Okay.
probably kill it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think.
Also, with your empathy, I will say you notice in its chest where it's ripped apart and kind of open, there is like a movement and pulsating from the center of its chest, as if it has a very, very big heart.
Okay.
And you realize, I will say now that you're looking at it, knowing the design, the vines aren't vines. They are
They're
veins.
veins.
Oh shit.
And all of the things you've come across are things inside of a body that would protect it.
Oh, we fought white blood cells, baby.
Nice.
And helper T cells and
This
Yeah.
thing isn't its body.
We did crush one or two carotid
Blood,
arteries, but
blood
oh well.
bloom is its body. This is blood bloom. And you are talking to the heart.
okay then.
The briars or the aortas, like it's you're just realizing like, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Does
I
Clarissa say or mention anything of that to me?
not yet. I know which of your hands is scarred.
You were there.
I'm gonna grab it. Grab
grab-
that particular hand.
I'm guessing you let her grab it. Yep. Grabs his hand.
And just I'll look at the thing and say, you told me once that you were owed this, right?
And it stares at you and goes, I am. We are. He is. She is.
Mm-hmm. I would think he's more formidable at this point. He's stronger than that to be swayed by you.
He needs not be. He is my brother. My child. We are blood. And not you, keeper, jailer. You keep us apart. You've the ignorant, you destroyed their brains, made them lame, slow of the mind, unable to remember, to comprehend. You made them forget my name.
She kept us safe. Made me stronger.
Like,
You have done nothing but hurt us.
your land makes you strong. I am your land.
No, I've raised him right.
Right? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna
I'm
look
waiting.
to Thorsten.
Yeah.
Thorsten, I would like you to make your knowledge education magic roll right now.
Okay.
Clarissa, what are you doing with, and Henrik as well? You've got Henrik's proper hand thing. What do you want to do?
It's a
Try to
30.
summon the dream blade. Kidding. Well, maybe it would happen.
I
All
don't
right.
think that's
30.
kidding.
In the suddenly you hear Thorsten chanting in the blood magic language, pulling the like
One
the
point by 5 sound.
yes, he is. Yes, Thorsten is 100% being our uncle right now. Just you mogwegwe for this, you mogwegwe. Yeah, and you quickly pull out the knife and you slice your hand and bleed it into the bowl. Begin chanting and looking over at the creature. The bowl immediately begins to disperse and lift out. Those small, tiny little lights suddenly swirl intensely around you, Thorsten. At first, you think maybe they're trying to do something to you, but suddenly you realize they're covering you. And when that thing looks over and reaches a hand out, all of those lights bunch up and seemingly protect you. Not sure what that's about.
Blood magic.
But something is happening. Clarissa, you're holding Henrik's hand. What would you like to do?
Is there any okay? Because my first thought is that it's always been about the blood, and I want to cut his hand. I also know that hasn't gone so well for us in the past. So,
So I will say, because that got in mind, what if you cut your own hand?
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it.
He called your blood foul.
He did. Yeah, I will. I'll cut.
So you cut your hand and you hold Henrik's right hand with your right hand. The blood, you feel it reach onto your your left hand onto his right hand. I'm dumb.
There's a
You
lot
cut
going
it,
on.
grasp his hand, and Henrik, you suddenly feel an intense pain as the blood touches you. And you feel something wants to come out, but it is your choice. You feel like you can summon something, but you know it'll hurt you.
Look at Clarissa. Yeah, I summon it.
All right. I would like a will. I think I will either dedication or courage test from both of you, please. Thorsten, you're doing great.
You're doing great, buddy. Keep chanting. Keep chanting.
You keep going.
Thorsten, you've
I'm-
done your
I'm wounded
you've
to all
done your
hell.
job.
Oh yeah, you're
Dude.
chanting. You're just like
My theory, little lights are little baby
fuck!
souls.
3 6s.
Damn, dude.
3 6s. Holy shit.
Bullet where you
There was
need it.
never a time. I don't think I can
Oh my
pass
God.
this. Can I burn, like fully burn?
Do you want to burn
Destiny
it?
for
Do
this?
you want to burn a destiny point to succeed?
I want to burn it.
Fuck yes, you can. Yeah, with 3 6s and a burn destiny point, you grasp each other's hands, erupting from Henrik's hand. The same briar-like handle erupts, but it also fully embeds into your hand, Clarissa, making both of your joined hands essentially into the entire guard as a blade fully emits. Basically, both of you wielding it simultaneously, linked together by Weirlight blood, and by oh, my brain just
Asterwood.
Asterwood. So Asterwood and Weirlight blood have now mixed, and the blade, I will say, was a longsword before. It's 100% not anymore. The blade is now like 6 feet long. It looks a lot bigger and a lot nastier. When you summon that, and when you summon that, Thorsten's blood begins to disapparate and go into this fine mist. The creature is freaking out, immediately turns to both of you, and just screams and reaches out with its horrifying long claws, reaching out. And that face as it screams, it's the face you've seen every night in your fucking nightmares, Clarissa. It's this face, this blood horrifying face. What do you guys do?
How does this go? Are we doing turns, or can we just?
No, both of you at the same time. Henrik.
Okay.
Right,
Bailey, are you gonna stab it?
Yeah, I tell him about the heart.
Okay.
Yep. So I would like to hear that. This is dramatic.
Yeah, I think she looks down and she looks back up and she says, "It's blood bloom. It's the heart. Look inside its chest. You can see it. It's beating."
All right.
See it.
So
Help
I
me.
would. Yeah. So what this is gonna be, Henrik, you are going to make a fighting test. Clarissa, because you're bound and burned a destiny point, you are adding. Because you burned a destiny point, you are adding 2 extra dice onto your roll. These are
Oof.
test dice, not bonus dice.
Oh.
Ooh.
Damn.
Pull a Tedric. Bisect the bitch.
And use my long blades for this, right?
Yes, this would 100% be your long blades.
Very long blade.
There's not
Sort
a
of like-
Zweihander rule.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
You crit.
That is Jesse's favorite number.
You crit with 2 successes, which means you then deal oh Jesus. Like
Is it increased base damage
20
or?
yeah, it's so 28 damage.
Whoa.
Um, and you went right for the heart. You knew where it was. So that's -2, still 26. Yeah. Yeah. You both grasping hands, pointing where the heart is. Both of you stretch and stab. Clarissa, you putting as much as your own power as possible, letting Henrik guide the blade. Henrik, you guide the blade and you pierce it directly through the heart, out through the back, all the way up until the hilt, and the chest breaks open, and you see the massive beating heart beating faster and then slower and then slower. And all of the vines begin to just begin dropping away around that heart, and that heart gives way and the body gives way to what looks like a 5-year-old boy held in the air by your blade. He has dark hair and he has blue eyes. And he looks at both of you and just goes, if this was fate, why didn't I get a life? And then he just disintegrates. And you see all of the vines begin to disintegrate and die. All those strange creatures just slump over and begin to burn away. And everything around Bloodbloom begins to disintegrate, leaving all three of you in the dead center, staring at one another. And
Are they still joined together by the sword?
no. The sword, I think after that was done, it is attached to both of you. Do you attempt to like release each other's hands?
Mhm.
As you release each other's hands, the sword goes back to the normal size in your hand, Henrik. But as you look over, in your left hand, Clarissa, you have a blade. And as you look at it, it just retracts back into your hand. And then and you have the same scars as on Henrik's right hand.
What do we do?
I think we did it.
Is
Almost
it
positive
done?
that it's been lifted. I mean, can I roll anything to know for sure?
Not at this
No.
moment. But as you three standing there, not possibly accomplishing what you want, our last moment before we end the game tonight, as we went very long because this was a very important event, we see Mariella staring at a fire, feeling, enjoying herself to the best of her ability, thinking perhaps of Garland, when suddenly she feels a rush of power and adrenaline, like sadness and pain, and you suddenly feel very overwhelmed emotionally, and you need a moment. You I'm guessing maybe like rush off behind a tree or something. You're not sure what's happening. Maybe an attack, ones that you haven't had since you were younger.
Yeah, absolutely. The rinse and repeat. Excuse yourself for a hot minute.
Sure, yeah, it's lots of activity. You go behind a tree and you touch the tree, and you suddenly feel its roots and its systems, and you look down and around, and with your eyes underneath this land, you see red everywhere, roots, systems, and you're suddenly aware of so many different emotions. Havoc, and As you take a deep breath in to settle yourself and everything slightly calms down, you suddenly hear a small voice say, "Hello, sister." Like, and that's where we'll end it. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for staying. Oh my god, this long if you stayed, you're an absolute champ. This
Yeah,
is something we've been
for
really
sure.
wanting to get through for quite some time. And finally, we got through it. I am so excited for the next session, as it will be a lot calmer. Yes, I know, strangely.
So far, in
But
theory, yeah.
as a wedding will happen. But thank you so much for sticking with us. Thank you so much for my players for being so patient. Thank you. A bit of a round of applause, I think, for the blood
The
magic
Blood Curse
trio,
Brigade,
for
yay!
the Blood Curse Brigade for
Blood-
dealing with my bullshit.
Blood Bunch.
But
Woo!
I know everyone's tired. I know everyone
Blood bunch.
needs to get away. Thank you so much. I love you guys all. I love my players. Thank you so much. I hope you guys had a good time, and we will see you guys next time.